The following program is for adult audiences only.
I don't wanna waste no time, so pardon this lack of composure. Exactly what my life ordered. A lover and a friend. Riding on the same page, walking at the same pace. Wondering how my life got here, but you're here now. Yeah. Pedal down the same street, wave at people we see. Yeah. Talking out loud of last week's ups and this week's doubts. Love was inconceivable. But since I met you head to toe, I don't wanna waste no time. So pardon this lack of composure. Exactly what my life ordered. A lover and a friend. Look, can we just skip goodbye? No need to text, wanna roll over. 'Cause you're already here closer. A lover and a friend. Let the credits roll in. It's like I finally see all the pieces in the puzzles and the meant to be's. Yeah, yeah. Kinda figured it out, like the sun got its place with the rain and the clouds. If I could go back, tell myself alright, she was the wrong thing, you're gonna be fine. Yeah, it was all just living. And now I don't wanna waste no time. So pardon this lack of composure. Exactly what my life ordered. A lover and a friend. Look, can we just skip goodbye? No need to text, wanna roll over. 'Cause you're already here closer. A lover and a friend. Let the credits roll in. My darling, my baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't wanna waste no time. My darling, my baby.
Hello, can you hear me where you are? I search for ways to call to you. I wish I knew today. The hollow shells and coils swallowed all the darts I threw, all to you. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Like daylight.
Yeah, that's sorted out.
My darling, we're darkening, and I can see you darkening. Goodbye to parking lots in town, to fear all the doubts. Goodbye lost, hello found. Goodbye lost, hello found. No matter how I frame this picture, no matter how I change the lines, I'd rather have you right here closer. I'd rather have you in my mind. No matter how I call this progress, no matter how I change the lines, I'd rather have you right here closer. I'd rather have you in my mind. No matter how I frame this picture, no matter how I change the lines, I'd rather have you right here closer. I'd rather have you in my mind. No matter how I call this progress, no matter how I change the rather have you right here closer. I'd rather have you in my mind.
Wow, it's been a busy old week this week, like, bye, has it not? No.
Tell you everything I've seen, the friends I've made, and then you tell me how you've been. Look a little closer, it's been quite some time, but you gotta let me know if I'm out of line. But there's some.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello, one and all. How are you all doing?
Want to send my love to all of you out there. Thank you very much for coming and attending the show week after week as we sit here and shake our heads in distress going, what is going on in this world? This isn't the world that we wanted to live in when we got to this age and this stage of our life. The World Health Organization is in complete and utter distress. This is in shambles. That's why the flag's upside down. They just don't get it. Are we the baddies? Are we the baddies? Yes, you are! Last week was good cop, bad cop, so I'm especially riled up. We're going to talk about that today in the news. We're going to talk about how Philippines and New Zealand were the only ones that stood up and significantly said, listen, we've adopted harm reduction principles and we've legalized vaping and separated it from tobacco. And guess what? It's working. The number of smokers are plummeting. It's fantastic. And so what did the Philippines get? The Dirty Ashtray Award for trying to distract COP from all of its prohibitionist principles.
It's bullshit, basically, mate. It's bullshit.
Kiss off. You suck.
Exactly.
You're the bad cop.
Sweet ass.
You're the bad cop. You're ruining things. Well, you know where we could be today if we didn't have to deal with all these ridiculous regulations that are going on in place, all these tax increases, and the clustering of everything into tobacco. All vaping is tobacco. Doesn't matter that it has no tobacco in it. Doesn't matter if you're vaping cannabis or THC or CBD. It's all tobacco control because we need something to do. What happens if all the smokers quit smoking and there's no disease or death caused by people using harm reduction products? What are they going to go do with all their time and their money? Well, wait, they won't have any because that's what's paying for all this crap from them.
When you step back and look at what's unfurled, it's like you can see their agenda, you can see the plan. Because like I said, you're in the US, they started banning this. Because tobacco sales were down, for the MSC and all that shit. And then tobacco companies went, hang on, we'll get into vaping so we can keep paying our bill. Can you see where it's just gelled all together, man?
From a historical perspective, it is so obvious. If you take your personal opinion of the whole situation and individual things of the situation, and you just step back and look at the big picture, you see everything was going along, chugging along fine. Tobacco control's happy as a lark sitting there, chastising cigarettes, raising taxes on every pack of cigarettes. Every time they raise the taxes on cigarettes, none of that money ever goes to pay for the health care expenses caused, which is what they use to justify the laws being put in place. Kenny, at the show opener every single week, 0.4% of the money they get has been spent on tobacco prevention.
And then you're kind of sitting there thinking, like, how the hell did we not see this coming? You know what I mean? It was just like, it was so quick and so swift and so ruthless. Within a matter of months, boom, vaping industry destroyed.
Yeah. And it just keeps marching along. Yeah. It's utterly preposterous.
Here's a question for you. There was a guy who spoke to me the other day. He says he wasn't 100% sure how America is getting on now. He says, so what's the current state of affairs? Is there just still flavor bans, and is vaping totally outlawed yet? I mean, obviously they're trying to, but what's what you would say is the current state in America with vaping? Because everybody's thinking, they banned it, this banned.
Honestly, we're no different than Australia. The only difference is here in the States, because, we're nothing but a bunch of cowboys. There's no police to enforce it. According to federal regulations, which is supposed to be the rule of the law and, rule of the land, Tobacco 21 set the age requirements. So states technically don't need to adopt these Tobacco 21 laws because, you're supposed to follow the federal legislation. It's against the federal law. But everybody just takes it for granted that if there's no policing of the law, then it doesn't exist. That's why they don't even bother to get rid of all these ridiculous laws that are on the books. There's laws on the books in the state of Pennsylvania that makes it illegal for you to have intercourse with barnyard animals. Who's going around the barnyards to making sure that law is followed? Are we allocating our budget to the farm police?
Excuse
Talk
me,
about
officer.
good cop and bad cop.
Just a moment, officer. I'm not quite finished here with this cow yet. I'm sorry. Holy fuck.
It's kind of obvious because I hear the sheep going bah, bah, bah.
Well, apparently that's why they can't. Apparently that's why they can't stop, because the sheep keeps asking for nah, ma, ma. That's
come on! I was only joking.
We're starting to show the right low point then.
Hey, man. That's why this show is rated R. We definitely have a lot of mature adult content. It's not appropriate for minors or adults who have a large stick up their wazoo. That's a fact, Jack. And I keep forgetting to mention this, but it is also Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday.
Shrove Tuesday over here. Pancake Tuesday over here.
Oh, yeah? We had French toast last night.
Yeah, it's Shrove Tuesday. We have pancakes today. Not the ones that you think you have, your pancakes. Ours are like the flat, the tossy little flat pancakes, and you put your syrup and your Nutella and all on them. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shrove Tuesday.
Let me tell you something, mate. The flavors that you guys have in the UK are exponentially more than they are here in the States. I finally got around to opening up that mustard you sent. Oh, man, do I love it. My wife, because of my gout, bought me some turkey better cheddars. They basically look like sausages with little chunks of cheddar cheese on the inside. And because she doesn't want to flare up my gout, she got it with the turkey, made from turkey. Now, I was out of horseradish. So I'm like, let me try this new mustard you got over there. That pairs up well with it. I paired that up in there, and holy cow, it is nothing like our mustard. That's got some beautiful zest to it. I loved it. That was the best thing. It's like, yes, it's like mustard and horseradish put together. So flavorful. Oh,
we have it with like roast dinners, with roast beef. You have like as a compliment with meat. It goes lovely with beef. Oh, lovely.
Oh my God, that is so wonderful. Matter of fact, for the Super Bowl, that was something else that happened here in the States. Is we had the Super Bowl this past weekend. Kansas City Chiefs. They won by the skin of their teeth. Near the end of the game, I thought it was going to be San Francisco, but Kansas City pulled it off. Fantastic job. But my wife cooked up a whole smorgasbord of finger food.
Yeah, all our news wasn't about the Super Bowl. It was about that blinging footballer who's dating that blinging singer. That's all we got. It was like, well,
8 times I had to subject my eyes to watching the camera switch to Taylor Swift during the game.
That's all we do over here. It was like, come on, I'm not interested in that shit.
Hello, this is supposed to be a football game, not a music extravaganza. Who's watching the game?
Yes.
Come on now.
That's your media for you, mate.
That's exactly it.
Now we'll just switch to these celebrities.
It's all a big distraction. If any of you read the book 1984, you know that the whole purpose of all this is just to keep us distracted from what's really going on and what they're really doing in the background. And before you know it, it's too late to do anything about it because, well, they already adopted the laws.
Already happened. Yeah, it's already done and it's already happened.
Now comes the cops. They're going to enforce these ridiculous laws, and they're doing it to protect you. Perfect example. Right before the stream, somebody in school was found out for having a bullet in their pocket. Okay?
Bullet?
So they put the school on lockdown. They didn't have a gun. They just had a bullet. So the whole school went on lockdown. Everybody got locked in the rooms. Hallways were completely blank. The teachers had to lock the doors with the students in the classroom, made a big hoopla about it. The entire morning was wasted because they had to call the police in, call the SWAT team in, go and search everything, watch the video footage, make sure that this person was stopped, which they obviously weren't. Ran through the metal detectors at school. How did this person get into the school with a bullet? We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars putting up metal detectors at all the entrances, locking down the place, hiring these cops that roam the hallways now in our schools with our children. And we still found the kid that had a bullet in his pocket. So now we have to terrify all the children, lock them all in the rooms, because we don't know what's going to come next. More fear-mongering.
It's the world we live in, sir. It's the world we live in.
Man, they're just indoctrinating the children into giving up their rights for a little hint of safety. We'll take care of you. Don't worry.
It's like you see enforcing policing, right? You know in the UK that we are supposed to be on 2 ml tanks. I blatantly walked past many police officers with something like that in my hand, and they haven't batted an eyelid. So it doesn't get enforced, mate.
No.
When they come to ban these disposables, who's going to enforce it? Nobody.
Well, it's like here in the States, you asked, how the states are doing. I said they're exactly like Australia. Why am I saying that? Because, Congress already passed a law saying that all these products to be sold in the States must have FDA authorization. Otherwise, it's an illegal product. So you have to put in for PMTA, which grants you a temporary stay by Congress. That was only 1 year. But because, FDA never imagined they were going to get millions of applications, because even they didn't realize how big vaping was in the States.
Exactly.
And technically, only the big tobacco companies have got their products authorized. They say it's 23. It's actually more like 3 products and a bunch of pods to go in them. That's it. Everything else is illegal, but there's nobody going around enforcing it. Sure, the FDA is making all this hay about, we caught this shop and we fined them $10,000. Okay, well, what about the other thousands of shops in the country? What are you going to do about all them?
What about your import and export? Are you still allowed to kind of do that? Obviously you can't import stuff that it's illegal, but can you say, I don't know, buy something from the UK and have it? Is it legal, or is it still classed as illegal when you get it?
Personal importation, you can do whatever you want.
Well, that's that law out the window, then. So the ban's fucked.
The only thing that they can get you on is tax evasion.
Import duty based.
Well, it's not called import duty here. Here it's called tobacco tax. This is a tobacco product, therefore it must have tobacco taxes applied to it, and each state has their own allocation of what is it. Imagine trying to open up an online shop in this country and having to figure out what every single state, there's 50 states, right? 52 if you want to also count, Alaska and Puerto Rico and Hawaii. Yeah. Hawaii's the worst. But anyway, the point is having to come up with a computer system to collect the appropriate amount of taxes for every single state, every single county in every single state, because some counties have passed legislation that add another 10% tax on it. And then there's cities that have adopted taxes and policies on it and restrictions on it. It's utterly preposterous for these people to try and comply with the law.
It's a fucking minefield, isn't it? Jesus.
It is. And they make it that way. We're all scientists. Technically, we're all scientists. Right. If you learn anything about science, it is your job to question science. Question everything. Learn what you can about every single topic, and then make up your own mind on what is true and what is not true. And see, that's the purpose of it, because you have to reconcile when you read conflicting studies. There's no absolute definitive law that this is true and this is true. You have to read the studies and go, Okay, this one says that the emissions coming out of your vape can't possibly exceed 5% the emissions that come out of a cigarette when you light it on fire. And then when you read studies that say, oh no, vaping is worse than cigarette smoke, you have to go, which of these is true and which of these is done wrong? Oh, they took the device and they cranked up the wattage to the most that this device could possibly put out. They hooked us up to a machine that tried to breathe like you would breathe a cigarette, even though that's not how these work. And the tidal volume was totally wrong. Well, that's how they got it to be worse than cigarette smoke. No human being would possibly breathe that stuff in.
The tests that were doing on the machine that was taking a 10-second pull. Nobody takes a 10-second pull. Or very few.
No, it's not possible. I called out a couple studies for that. Because you look at the data and you look at the studies and it says the average puff time was like 15 seconds. That's not possible. Maybe if you were trying to do a challenge and you were a Navy SEAL, you had the tidal volume that allowed you to take a 15-second drag on it because you restricted the airflow as much as possible and you tried to take a direct lung hit off of it and you had the wattage turned down so it didn't scald your throat. Okay. Maybe one of your puffs were 15 seconds long, but there's no way a study that lasted 3 months, your average puff time was 15 seconds. It is not possible. Because an average would mean that there were puffs that you took that were longer than that.
Mm-hmm. I would say.
Can I guess what you're trying to invent? We get the burnt cotton taste, and we all gag on it. Yeah. It's called a dry hit. And once you have that experience, you will do everything in your power to avoid it. That's simple.
I'm saying you can only close so hard on it because you'll end up drying the cotton out for a start. So, you know what I mean?
It's very simple to understand. Once you've done it yourself, it's so easy to call out the bad science. It's not possible to get the results you got because what you did was completely wrong and no human being would do what you did in that study. Your results are invalid. And you would be shocked at how many studies are out there that are completely invalid because none of the study participants bothered to actually take part in the summary of that study. Yeah, they were subject little guinea pigs that went in and like, oh, you're going to give me this for free? And you're going to give me a bottle of stuff for free? Sure, I'll try that. But when the study was over, you got to keep your thing and then you went to the shop to get your fluids to replace it, but you didn't pay attention to what the study published results were. If you did, you'd go back to the study, authors and go, hey, man, what you're saying doesn't make any sense because that's not how I used it. There's no way I could have took a 15-second puff on it every single time I used it.
And these are the studies that present to your government. So no wonder your governments, even your governments are getting misinformation, for God's sake. You know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah.
Yes. And you'd be surprised how many politicians don't have a clue about half of the stuff that they actually vote on.
Haven't got a clue.
It's preposterous, mate. But getting back to the original thing in the UK, man, your tea is 10 times the concentration that our tea is here.
It's awesome, man. That's good old Yorkshire tea. That's fantastic. Are you having a bit of sugar?
And your tartar sauce is basically the same as ours, just with more flavor. Less mayonnaise, more seasoning, more spices, more of the relish flavor. It just, I can't get over it.
We're spoiled. We're spoiled over here.
I can't possibly move to the UK, mate. I'd gain another 20 stone. No way.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. We can sit here and talk about this, and go on for hours about it. We're already at the half hour mark. Kenny and I were just talking about how much money we spent this past week. He got himself a new DaVinci Resolve keyboard. DaVinci Resolve put out a new update. Unfortunately, the update doesn't apply to anything I do with it because there's all Black Magic raw stuff and advanced things that I don't think I'll ever use. First off, I can't afford a $3,000 camera, and then another $1,000 for a lens, and then the cables and adapters and the batteries. You're looking at $6,000 just to get started with DaVinci Resolve to get a camera. However, I finally got my motherboard in.
Oh, you got it. Hallelujah, man. Yes, now we're talking.
Finally got my motherboard in. Ordered a simple 8 gig memory stick to pair up with that 1600 processor you sent me. This is be more than enough to run Windows 10 and run OBS. Pop that in there. Got a new case in. The only thing I don't have for it, well, technically I got a 500 watt power supply I can toss in there, which is I'm going to film the review and I'm going to post it. It'll go on this channel and it'll be the start of another channel. But it's going to be a $200 budget build for OBS and gaming.
But there you go. Just do a video about building a budget computer for OBS and gaming. There you go.
Piece of cake.
Subject matter already.
And then it's all become a tax deduction for me at the end of the year. That's the best part. Everything I do for this channel is a tax write-off. Because YouTube's not going to pay us any money. Speaking of which, I think I've come up with an idea. You know how on the bottom of every single video there's a little thank you button? If anybody gives me a $5 thanks for any show, I will turn off monetization on that video.
Wow.
Because realistically, I mean, how long is it going to take for a video to give me $5 in income from YouTube? It's just not worth subjecting thousands of people to all these advertisements on stuff that we're not going to buy anyway. That's simple.
And obviously by the time YouTube take their cut.
Well, they're going to take their cut anyway. But this way, one person basically got rid of all the advertisements on that show. Problem solved. Andrew Scott's the one that got me thinking about doing something like that. You were saying the other day about, you know, we had the conversation about how, you know, if we run the lottery, how we drive around the United States, and every week our vape show would be at a different vape shop. And the whole thing would be for us to give smokers a starter kit, just like the UK's doing. And you're like, oh, yeah, what, for our 40 or 50 viewers? Yeah, but you know what? That's the way Mr. Beast got his popularity. Fake it until you make it. He had staged a bunch of things where he was giving away like $1,000 or $10,000 or, you know, giving somebody their monthly rent or their monthly mortgage payment or their pay for their electric bill or something. That's how he got to be so popular. And then once he got popular, then YouTube was funneling all this cash into him, and they were just basically taking half of what they got in and using that to actually give money away to people. Imagine, you know, how big the show could get if we were driving a bus around the whole country. Different week, we're at a different vape shop in a different city, in a different town, giving smokers a starter kit to quit smoking.
Yes, I've even got the name for it. Hunky Heed on tour. Oh, what can I say?
And everybody that would come to it could join the Hunky Horde.
The Hunky Horde.
And we can give you titles just like World Health Organization gives all its delegates.
It would be nice.
Your Royal Highness, Majesty, Excellency of the greatest accord, knighted by Sir Kenny. Piece of cake. All right, anyway. We got the news to cover, and for our retro vape today, once again, we're sticking with our Frusian juice because I'm totally in love with the Smoon Chiron kit, the Chiron T50 in a Dimitri pink. filled with Fruit Loop cereal. What a fantastic combination to go with my coffee or my proper cup of English tea. Love it.
Listen, you'll find that vaping, whatever you vape, always tastes good with a cup of English tea. Doesn't matter what you vape, it tastes good with a cup of tea.
I totally agree with you. I'm so jealous. I'm gonna be able to love this. But there's our breakfast cereal. We got our fruit and juice combinations. I'm still plowing away. That one that you sent me. That stock coil is still fantastic in here.
Yeah, mine's still going well as well. It's absolutely brilliant. Still kicking along.
And right before you today, not Elon Musk approved, Tesla cigs. We have the P226. Beautiful starter kit, stock coil starter kit. That's going to be our retro vape for today.
Tesla mods are mint.
It goes perfect with this motherboard, man. We got the Asus Tough Gaming motherboard. It's the same basic design structure in a mod. And tank and kit, it's fantastic. Well, I don't know if it's fantastic. I haven't opened it up yet. I have never used this one before. But if the flavor is as good as like the old OBS thing that you sent me, oh, we're going to be in heaven today. Flavor heaven.
Hell yeah. But it's all about, boys and girls, flavor heaven.
Delicious. Unfortunately, there are people out there trying to stop us from being able to do this instead of smoke cigarettes. They're trying to take away our vapes. It's time for some advocacy. And if you don't believe me, you will after you see the news. And it gets really bad down in Australia because we are not as bad in Australia in some regards. $50 a pack of smokes down there. Pack of fags. Pack of durries, as they call it, right? Well, because they've latched on to harm reduction and now the vaping stuff is illegal in there without a prescription and purchasing it from a pharmacy. Guess what's going on? It has been going on for the last 6 months since they started this ridiculous campaign to eliminate vaping. Gang wars. Tobacco gang wars. Never in my life did I ever think that I would see anywhere in the world get to a state like this. You think it's bad with fentanyl and GHB and cocaine and cannabis? Well, it's worse down there for tobacco. They're firebombing shops. All right, time to get into the news. This is just
pure cost.
Oh. Yes, there we go. Time for the news, and Mallory Gates already has a solution to the problem. We're one step ahead of tobacco control, always will be. I still say we need to make a church of vaping. If they're going to tromp on our human rights, because bodily autonomy is a human right, I have the choice to put whatever I want into my body. Nobody should ever have control over that. Maybe if it was a religious freedom they were infringing upon, maybe they would leave us alone. We can get rid of all the taxes that go along with this. All the money generated from selling harm reduction products could go back into giving away harm reduction products for the first time to smokers that walk in with a pack of cigarettes. Hand over your pack of cigarettes, and you can walk out of the shop with something that'll last you longer than that pack of cigarettes would. That's all it would take. And cigarette smoking would be a thing of the past in the history books. Problem solved. Before we go jumping into the news, because this is going to take a while today, I wanted to say hi to Sean Lynch, Free Ride Vapor, William Dobson, Neil Pitts, the Vaping Snowman, Pam Spraggins. It's okay. I understand. Hope you're feeling better. I saw you put in there that you haven't been here because you were sick. That happens to the best of us. Mallory Gates and Kenny, the Vaping Heat.
Who's he?
Here we go,
Who's
folks.
Dafty? Who's that, Dafty?
The more important stories that bear repeating are, who prevents smokers from changing? Who blocks access to less harmful alternatives? Who spreads lies about tobacco harm reduction? And who dismisses science showing the benefits of completely switching from combustible cigarettes to harm reduction products? I don't care if you're talking about vaping or heat not burn or any of the alternative choices we have available to us. Who's the one that's out there dismissing the science and preventing us from accessing these things? Who's ignoring the lives of over 1 billion smokers on the planet? That's right. It's the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. Utterly disgusting what they're doing. And when did they formally go and do this? Well, at their yearly conference for the FCTC. Yeah. COP10 was held in Panama. And His Excellency, because we need to embolden these advocates for prohibition, give them a bunch of titles, make them feel like regal royalty, and let all the smokers be nothing but a bunch of peasants that we need to send to the guillotine. That's your choice. Yep. That's your choice. If you want to smoke, go to the guillotine. No harm reduction for you, even though it's in their charter.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. As the WHO team, backstage and on stage, we are extremely proud to assist you, the FCTC Secretariat, and in the 10th session of the Conference of the Parties of the FCTC today. And if I may add one personal note, I am so grateful to you in the FCTC Secretariat, to you, Adriana, for the extremely close collaboration that we enjoy in fostering tobacco control for you. Today we gather not only to
they're doing it for the people in tobacco control. They're not doing it to eliminate disease and death on the planet. They're not doing it to make smokers' lives better and provide healthier off-ramps from the combustion highway. The whole reason for tobacco control is the same reason Marlboro, Philip Morris International, and British Tobacco keep selling combustible tobacco for their own self-sustaining abilities. That's it.
Have you seen the way he's standing? Look, he looks like he's got a bad back. You know why that is? All the suitcases of cash he's been carrying when he's been getting paid.
Yeah. And the millions of dollars that they spend to have these ridiculous conferences. You know, if you took the money that they spend at COP10 in Panama, you could easily, overnight convert 1 million smokers into ex-smokers. That's all it would take. So simple.
Easy.
But they don't want you to enjoy your experience of quitting smoking. You can't have flavors? No. You want to vape? Fine. You can have it in tobacco flavor. I know there's people out there that like it, but I was never one of them. From the time I picked up a vape, I never looked for tobacco flavored e-liquids. I always looked for something else. I wanted to get away from cigarette smoking. They don't understand that.
To celebrate the achievements.
What achievements? What achievements did they actually get done? Over the course of my lifetime, cigarette smokers have grown on the planet. The number of people dying from cigarette smoking has continually grown. Where have they made achievements and success other than making our lives as smokers miserable?
Exactly.
Of the WHO FCTC, but also to engage in discussions and decide on strategies and measures that will enable us to unlock full potential.
What is your full potential? What is your goal?
What discussions have there been in? Because they're obviously not about the science behind it. So what discussions?
You're not allowed to find out. It's a secret.
Mum's the word.
No reporters are allowed in there. Matter of fact, you and I are nothing but a bunch of tobacco shills. You know that?
Well, believe it.
A bunch of idiots going out here preaching for the interests of tobaccos, and therefore we must be treated the same as if we were employees of Philip Morris or British American Tobacco or China Tobacco or India Tobacco. Well, wait a minute. Did China and India have delegates at this COP? Were they allowed at the COP?
No.
Yes, they were. They're signatories to the FCTC. So China Tobacco sent delegates there, and they don't like it, but they can't say no because China signed on to the FCTC Accords with the World Health Organization. So you're allowing big tobacco at your meetings, despite the fact that the press isn't allowed. It's all nothing but a bunch of lying propaganda.
The overarching theme for the FCTC COP10, Together Promoting Healthier Lives, is an extremely important narrative that is not...
It's a narrative. It's not reality. It's just a narrative.
A narrative. You hit the nail on the head.
Only a priority for WHO General Program of Work for the next couple of years. It also serves...
For the next couple of years? Did you not hear what I said about how if you took your budget that you spent and wasted on this freaking conference where you excluded all press because, you know, we don't want you to know what's going on. We don't want you to know what's coming in your legislature's office ears this next year and where we're going to be allocating more money to. I watched this whole thing, and I was so furious after doing so. I'm not going to subject you guys to the same thing. But they're doing nothing but blowing a bunch of sunshine up their asses and making themselves feel good about accomplishing nothing. Because when you look at the data, they haven't accomplished a damn thing other than make our lives miserable while we were smoking. And now that we quit smoking, they want to continue to make our lives miserable because, well, when they do that, they get more funding. Good cop, bad cop. So let me draw your attention to this little snippet.
Soluble conflict between the tobacco industry's interests and public health policy's interests.
Well, that's too quiet for you guys to hear. Let me bump that up. There you go.
I mean, that's about as hard line as you can get. And so in setting and implementing their public health policies with respect to tobacco control, parties shall act to protect these policies from commercial and other vested interests of the tobacco industry in accordance with national law. Meaning that, anybody that even smells or whiffs or had a coffee with anything connected to that industry is persona non grata. Let's take a listen to this clip. I don't know who this person is. Martin, maybe you'll recognize who it is and can tell us after.
So, of course, I looked up what are the sub-recommendations 4.9 in Article 5.3 guidelines. And let me just quickly read that out. Parties, so this is sub-recommendation 4.9 in Article 5.3 guidelines. Parties should not nominate any person employed by the tobacco industry or any entity working to further its interest to serve on the delegations to meetings of the COP, its subsidiary bodies, or any other bodies established pursuant to the decision of the Conference of the Parties. So it's really very clear. I think that the portion about, as I mentioned in my presentation, about furthering the interest of the industry, or tobacco. I think this is where, like, the Department of Agriculture or the Tobacco Board, the examples that I gave of the Philippines and Malaysia really apply. So it's very clear the COP has made a decision. And Toy, you're right to actually point out the word shall. It is not may, it is not should, it is shall, and that makes a big difference. So actually, these individuals should not be on the delegation. I think on the part of civil society, we probably need to point that out. That is our responsibility. I think there's definitely a step up in the interference and pressure on the COP by the tobacco industry. I think it's better organized now in terms of mobilizing its front groups. Its front groups have become far more aggressive now than they ever were before.
Are you a front group, Kenny?
Sorry, I was just watching.
Her transport is a broom, probably. How many kids are chained in her basement? It's a good question. I wish that we could actually reach out to her, but see, we're nothing but a bunch of tobacco shills. All ex-smokers that continue using tobacco products are nothing but a bunch of tobacco shills that must never have their words heard at a World Health Organization meeting. How is that right? How is that standing up for our human rights? You just obliterated my human right to speak up against legislation that's going to affect me the rest of my life.
And also all the research that has been funded, and also groups that have been funded by the Foundation for Smoke-Free World.
Science is science. It doesn't matter who funds it. Yeah, when you have a certain person like Bloomberg funding things, well, they mysteriously always find something wrong with vaping. Whatever means are necessary to make the science have results that are disastrous for anybody that's interested in learning if this is going to be better for you than smoking cigarettes, they somehow always find a way to skew the results in their favor. But when somebody does natural science that can be repeated, that's the definition of science, where you do an experiment and anybody can repeat it and come up with the exact same results. Well, if it's funded by, Foundation for a Smoke-Free World or anybody else, that doesn't count. Doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It's irrelevant to them. Dusty Alban and Vaping Bic, hello and welcome to the stream. Vaping Bic, one of these days we'll have to get you on the show.
Yeah.
All right. So we're nothing but a bunch of peons to them. They don't care about any of us. But it was kind of funny because there's other things that they talked about in their pre-conference webinars. Guess what? The noise that we make, they hear us and they're scared of us. And we're getting louder and that frightens them even more.
Mm-hmm.
It's a matter of time before they realize We're not tobacco shills. We collect no money whatsoever from anybody, let alone collect money from big tobacco. Matter of fact, we champion for mom and pop operations that have nothing to do with big tobacco. But you keep stomping them out in your legislation and your taxation schemes.
Previously, they only had two. They funded two groups only to influence the COP. One was in they funded a group in Pakistan to actually influence EMRO and also the Latin American region. There were two, but I think now they have consolidated that further, and KAC seems to be really heading, the attack on both the COP as well as the SWHO. So definitely, and I think in terms of booking out hotels, to conduct activities and all of that, I think would take place. At the same time, I think that the groups, the front groups, have become bolder, also because previously, it was fewer tobacco control countries, parties that are strong in tobacco control. There were very few actually who embraced.
They think the whole reason why there was a good cop and bad cop is because there's more countries that agree with them now. No, moron. The reason why we're getting so vocal is because you keep stripping us of our human rights. You keep trying to tax us more and reduce our access to the products that keep us from smoking cigarettes.
And that's kind of like a bit rich. I mean, I'm not being racist or anything at all. But that's coming from a person whose motherland country is one of probably the biggest producers and users of tobacco on the planet.
There isn't a country on the planet that doesn't make money off of tobacco.
No, but their country is a big producer of tobacco. If I'm thinking correct. Not being,
raised e-cigarettes. But now there are more of them, and I think this has empowered both the industry as well as the front groups to do more. And while I have the floor, I just wanted to say, like the UK, for example, they have a really, really good guidance on Article 5.3, but it doesn't cover e-cigarette front groups. So I think that's just
well, they're going to change that next, mate.
Yeah.
We need to get the nanny state people in charge over there so they can start banning everything. And if you don't believe me, we're going to take a look at Vic's presentation, because he actually showed footage of of a meeting that went on where there was no advocates there to stand up for our rights.
I've actually just sent you the link to that in chat now. In the message, I've just sent you the link to that.
Oh, it's already open, ready for us to view. This is ridiculous. But it's comical because she literally addresses the fact that there was a good cop, bad cop. She literally addresses TPA and Brent Stafford and a bunch of us advocates in the web conference. We made an appearance through her mouth.
Oh, yeah.
We are making a difference out there. When you go out and you tweet constantly, well, guess what? They notice it. They don't pay attention to it because they don't want to give you any louder amplification than what you already get on your own. But they notice that we're out there and we're not happy with what they're doing. How long is it going to take before they realize what they're doing is wrong? I don't know. But I'm not giving up. Utterly ridiculous. Listen, I could go on and, comment on the rest of this video, but I know that you guys want just a summary of everything that's going on. So we'll jump into this one.
Those things are so absurd. How are they going to get 190 countries to reach a consensus on something so radical? So, I think they'll struggle to get those things through. But
he's talking about how they want to redefine smoke. Anything that is a visible aerosol is going to be redefined as smoke. Therefore, falling under the legislation that's already been passed for cigarette smoking. Ain't going to work. Not going to happen. It's going to take them 10 years to change enough people's minds to do it. But by then, guess what? There won't be hardly any smokers because Every single one of us that has successfully quit smoking because of this, keep telling all our friends and family about it, and you can't create enough propaganda to overcome that. Pandora's box is open. Information's out there. I even posted something on, I don't remember which social media site it was this week, about how, when I go to a school dance now, my fog machine's allowed to smoke, but I'm not, using their definition of smoke.
Exactly.
Even though they're the exact same thing, except one's powered by a pump to constantly fill the room with it, and the other one's powered by my lungs so that I can enjoy the flavors. Anyway, this goes on.
But we'll see. I mean, like I said, I don't even know if there's a draft decision been made, because they can discuss it and then they can someone might put together a draft decision that they can all agree on. But it's not good. I don't think it's going to be this quick at the moment, especially with a rescheduled COP, that it's going to happen, all of that in one go at this COP.
So let me take us on to another topic. It's the same topic. I'm going to dive into this, and then when we come out, we are going to start diving into some of the clips that we've got prepared for tonight's show. Lots of stuff happening today. But Martin, this is going to be a surprise for you. I did brief David on this briefly, but on Monday.
Now, this goes to what you were saying earlier before the show started, Kenny, about how they're trying to control and regain dominance in a bunch of other things that they have no business controlling. We joke around about coffee being next and then alcohol, and then God knows what else they're going to come after. But it's even bigger than that.
In Canada, the NDP, which is the New Democratic Party, never trust a political party that uses Democrat in their name. That's just something everybody should know right off the bat. And so they put out and this is the party that signed the deal with the federal Liberals that put Trudeau back in power in 2021. So, I mean, it's just a mess. So anyhow, here's what got put out. The NDP is seeking to criminalize the, quote, promotion of fossil fuels and prescribe jail time, even for Canadians who say scientifically true things, such as how burning natural gas is cleaner than burning coal. The person who tabled this added that the oil and gas sector was trafficking in, quote, disinformation and, quote, killing people. He also twice framed his bill as the dawn of the industry's, quote, big tobacco moment, an apparent reference to Canada's blanket federal tobacco ban on tobacco advertising.
My friend used to pay $163 for car insurance.
Thanks for the commercial that's baked in.
The act would technically apply to any Canadian who is found to be speaking well of the oil industry or of oil generally. It criminalizes a laundry list of common pro-oil and gas arguments, even ones that have a reliable basis in fact. Section 8 of the Act makes it a crime for a person to argue that a fossil fuel is, quote, less harmful than other fossil fuels. And if you violate this act as a regular citizen, it could be up to a $500,000 fine. If you're an actual oil company, the punishment could be as strict as 2 years in jail and $1 million. And keep in mind, in Canada, in the Tobacco Act, right, it is a crime to promote tobacco in certain manners, even as a citizen. So like, for instance, in Quebec, which is pretty strict, like you can't pass out Royal College of Physicians reports or Public Health England reports. It's against the law. So
holy fuck.
It's against the law. Not just vape shops telling you that it's safer than smoking cigarettes. In Quebec, it's illegal for a common citizen to tell anybody that vaping is tobacco harm reduction. Vaping is not cigarette smoking. It's against the law to hand out these things. Matter of fact, they during all these videos that I was watching, they even talked about how the people that went to COP for good cop, bad cop, to talk to delegates and to let them know that, listen, I use this product to quit smoking. It saved my life. I no longer have the coughing spells. I can go up and down stairs. My health has improved. My doctor's exams that I've had numerous times since I quit smoking have drastic improvements, exactly the same as it would have been had I have completely quit all tobacco at all. So please, think of me when you go to these meetings and you come up with these new legislations and new requirements for attendees of COP to impose on their country and their motherland. You know what? They were sending cops around to go arrest the people that were handing out those pamphlets and brochures. In Panama. Just like they're doing here. And if you think they're going to stop at vaping, this is a bigger conversation than just whether or not you can continue to vape or not.
Without a doubt.
They implemented it with vaping. Vaping is basically the canary in the coal mine. How much resistance are people going to give if we do this? And now they're moving on to other topics. If you don't agree with what they say, you're going to jail.
I mean, for anybody to say that what's happening inside the tobacco area of things doesn't bleed out into the regular world, well, they're wrong, because they're now taking what's been going on in tobacco and applying it now to other industries.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, well, this just reminds me of what's happening in Panama City, what happened yesterday. The Ministry of Health went to 4 hotels where delegates were staying, and they were looking for people that were handing out pamphlets talking about the benefits of tobacco harm reduction, of vaping. They are trying to control speech. There's no other way to put this, is that they're trying to shut down speech, shut down discussion about this, and to have Ministry of Health thugs going from hotel to hotel, potentially arresting people for handing out material, pieces of paper. And now we see with this with fossil fuels in Canada. This is really a bad and chilling trend we're seeing that what governments are doing. And I mean, needless to say, this has to be stopped. There has to be freedom of expression. There's freedom of speech in globally. And I'm just, disgusted to hear that this is not only happening at the WHO, but now in individual countries, because they don't like a company or they don't like a particular product. This is the weaponization of government. This is the weapon.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Exactly that, yeah. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
All right, I don't want to keep going on about this. We've been talking about the World Health Organization, good cop, bad cop, now for half an hour. You guys get the gist of it. Let's move on to West Virginia.
WSAZ News Channel 3 530 edition.
E-cigarettes or vaping is a problem for schools and families all across the region. So now lawmakers in one state are moving legislation to make getting vapes harder to come by. News Channel 3's Curtis Johnson tells us about the proposal and how it leaves one supporter wanting even more.
Keeping vapes away from your children. West Virginia delegates with a near unanimous vote to do just that. A Vote 1 lawmaker and father of teenage girls takes personal. His family, he says, having struggled with underage vaping, like so many others in West Virginia.
I'm going to do whatever I can, and no matter what I can, to get these products out of our kids' hands.
Tuesday's vote to require stores, by law, to check IDs on vape purchases, verifying one's age with a buyer's driver's license, passport, military card, or other government identification. The proposal sponsored by Nicholas County delegate Heather Tolley. She says current law is not clear on if a store must check your ID. Her proposal removes that uncertainty.
How will this piece of legislation protect kids?
What?
Utterly ridiculous.
Should they not be doing that anyway?
Tobacco 21 made it a federal requirement for anybody that wants to purchase these products to be at least 21 years of age.
Exactly.
So why are you putting this law on your books? Unless you have a law that states otherwise, unless your books state you only need to be 18 to buy these, and well, then you're going to need to change your laws to bring it with the current times. But if you have nothing on your books, then federal laws supersede state laws. That's how government works.
It's the same scenario here. You know, they're going on underage vaping, but at the end of the day, it is illegal. It is a law. It is illegal for an underage person or the person under, I think it's 18 now. We haven't quite went to the 21, but for anybody under the age of 18 to purchase a vape product, alcohol, and I think it's higher for cigarettes, and yet it still happens. And they want to bring in more laws to go for a law they've already got. It's not about bringing more laws in. It's about policing the laws you've already got, you idiots. You know what I mean? For God's sake. Holy fuck.
I don't know where this went to.
Oh, my God.
I don't see it on my chat feed at all. But we got the message here. It says, the world is so backwards right now. Back in the day, all kids in high school smoked cigarettes and no governments cared to save the children.
Exactly. Didn't happen then, did it?
Because they were making bankroll. I wish I could read the rest of the message, but it got chopped off.
Wow. Holy fucking moly, man. Honest to God. I think that nothing that just kind of running out of ideas of legislation. They must be sitting there thinking, well, what law can we pass now? We've just exhausted everything else. What can we think of next? Oh, we'll bring a law out to enforce a law we've already got. Really?
Top Chat had censored your comments. My apologies. I switched to live chat, and it's all there now. Yeah, bull. Vaping is not bad. Vaping is what saved our lives. And Neil Pitt says it's an election year. They are doing this to say, look, we're trying to protect you. Now vote for me. No,
exactly what the UK
I'm not going to vote for you.
It's our election year as well. Exactly the same scenario.
It lets them know that they can't go down to the corner store and buy this without an ID, and so hopefully it will be a deterrent in that factor. And I think it really just elevates some of the concerns that we have as healthcare providers regarding the risks of the health risks of vapes.
The proposal would increase fines for those in violation from $250 for a first offense to a maximum $5,000 for a fourth offense, and every instance thereafter within 5 years of the initial conviction. Yet one discrepancy remains. What age can one buy vaping products?
There is no discrepancy. Federal law superstates state laws.
Hang on a minute, but they just said there, for the first offence, blah, blah, blah. Then after that, the fourth, did you say fourth offence, $5,000? So you're going to let them break the law another 4 times before you should be doing that straight away. You shouldn't be giving them you should be doing it straight away. How the full force of the law on them. It's like here in the UK, the fines here are crap. If you whacked a massive fine on them first time and shut them down, I guarantee they wouldn't be doing it again. I can guarantee it. Not this little, is it $2,500 here, I think the fine is. That's buttons to them if they're bringing selling black market cigarettes and vapes and God knows what. They're making a killing. That's nothing to them, and that's not going to hurt them.
It's not going to hurt them at all.
No.
They're not actually trying to solve the problems. They're just trying to look good. That's what it all boils down to.
There shouldn't be a first time. It should be right. You're being caught selling this to somebody you shouldn't be selling it. There's the full force of the law. Bang, straight in. It's like saying, right, okay, if you go and murder one person, we'll just give you a slap on the wrist, right? But don't do it again. But if you murder another one, we might send you to jail. Can you see where I'm coming from here? Like,
exactly. They don't actually want the problem to go away. Here you go. This one's really going to flip your lid.
The Potter Agency, your Social Security disability experts. Dedicated representation
thank
since
you.
1995. We don't charge a fee unless you're approved. Contact us for a free case evaluation. Visit us at potterdisability.com.
Ever been hit with unintentional secondhand vape smoke? This story is music to your ears.
Have you ever been intentionally hit with unintended secondhand vape smoke? It's not smoke. Have you ever gone to a wedding or concert and they used a fog machine? You were breathing in vape smoke the whole time.
Alabama lawmakers have pre-filed a bill that would ban vapors from vaping inside public places. W.Va 48's Daquan Lee joins us live in Huntsville. Daquan, history seems to be repeating itself. We've seen similar laws passed that deal with secondhand cigarette smoke. Do people you talk to today feel that this will really help?
There is no secondhand vape.
No.
It's not the same thing. It's not a real thing.
Holy fucking shit, man. Hey, damn, man.
Liz, a lot of them do. Many of the people that I spoke with today told me it's a common courtesy not to blow vape smoke indoors in the first place. However, one mother that I talked to told me that if this bill were to become...
That's part of their propaganda now, to get you to believe that vape or emissions is smoke.
law, it would mean the world to her.
You would die if you know how many news stories I passed up this week that said the exact same two words together. It's not coordinated. Every single news channel around the country all of a sudden just started to use vape smoke as part of their story coverage. Vape smoke.
Holy moly.
Alabama lawmakers have pre-filed a bill that would ban people from vaping inside places such as malls, restaurants, museums, and other public venues. To mothers like Isabella Barr, it's a law she would welcome with open arms.
It would give me a peace of mind, especially with me having a 1-year-old and a 3-month-old that both have breathing problems, along with myself and my husband. It would make me feel a lot better knowing I could go into a building without.
Idiot. They got the local jokel town idiot to interview. Oh, well, I'm going to kill your children. Fuck off. Dick.
Yeah.
Really? No, it is. You can't really vape in most public places anyway because it sets off the fucking fire alarms. Duh. Look.
Actually, the truth is, you could vape inside and nobody would ever know.
Honest to God. Wow.
Can you tell?
Just wow.
I don't think you can really tell. Unless you're really staring at somebody.
I'm fucking. It's only a little picture now. I'm blind. What am I looking at? 48 running into
Someone vaping or smoking inside of it.
Vaping or smoking. They're two different things.
Got ya.
She's one of several people I talked to about the idea of banning indoor vaping. Many believed it was more about good manners than it was about public health. But Dr. Karen Landers with the Alabama Department of Public Health says vaping is still relatively too new to know just how harmful secondhand vaping is.
It's not harmful. There is no such thing as secondhand vaping.
It's still too new. Hang on, how long's it been gone now? 14, 15 years coming up now? If not longer?
I think it's coming on 2 decades.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be.
The latest generation are brainwashed sheeps with no brains.
Of course they are, man.
While we don't have a lot of data now about secondhand vaping, we are very concerned about some of the preliminary data, knowing that vaping is not good for people who do this. So therefore, it's not necessarily good.
You know who she reminds me of? You remember that girl that says it shoots it in your lungs? Vaping's bad because it shoots it in your lungs. We just don't know what that's going to do to you when it shoots it in your lungs.
I've just won that classic line there. Life is like a box of chocolates. Fuck, you'll eat your chocolates, you
never know what you're going to get.
People around them.
People like Isabella don't want to take that chance, especially since this is an issue she's dealt with the majority of her life.
She's dealt with it the majority of her life? Well, we just got done talking about how vaping's only been around 2 decades. And she looks a lot older than 2 decades.
Yep.
One that I knew smoked a lot, so whether it be regular vapes or actual cigarettes, I've been vulnerable to it, if that makes any sense.
It makes a lot of sense, which is why if the bill were to become law, it would take effect October 1st, later this.
I've been vulnerable to it my whole life, and I need the government to take action right now, make sure nobody else ever becomes vulnerable to it again. Can you do that for me?
Holy moly.
Wow. And let's jump in to see what Lincoln's got going on. Lincoln Crime Stoppers has once again got a problem we need yous all to deal with. All right. We got a robbery at the Hemp Boss Company on 84th and Nebraska Parkway. You need to be on the lookout for this vehicle.
It'll be near good if it's
right after we serve you a 30-second
Those combo guards
commercial.
don't miss from 3. Trays all day. They got everything.
Sorry.
What you know about pace?
So back on January 16th in the early morning hours, we had this guy. He shows up and he ends up breaking out the door glass to the Hemp Boss near 84th and Nebraska Parkway. He did over $1,000 in damage breaking out that window, and he stole over $2,300 in vape cartridges, CBD products, and gummies. So we are obviously looking for this red Jeep Patriot that we see driving by. We believe it's possible that this could be related. We did also see a similar vehicle to this in another case that we had where the Cloud9 store at 50th and Old Cheney just a few days later was, I guess you could call, rammed by the back of this Jeep that we think could be this Jeep, I should say. So we're trying to see if this is maybe these two cases are related. Obviously, this Jeep, the male, he's a little bit covered up, but we hope that maybe somebody can trip on some of this information based on that vehicle, and maybe they can give us a good tip on who's driving that vehicle right now and who may be, I don't know, selling some of that product that he stole from the vape shop.
All right, and Jared, this one, the first one, that one that we're looking at there. So we got the images of the vehicle and the people inside.
Be on the lookout.
2 different ones that people want to pay attention to.
Yep.
What's the second case?
Okay, so the second case, this is back on December 6th, 2023. These two entered the Sally Beauty Supply at 48th and O Street. They attempted to apply for a credit card, ended up getting denied. They then tried to sign up for a rewards program, but the clerk briefly walked away. When that moment happened, the male reaches behind the counter. He ends up stealing 2 professional clippers. These clippers were babyless Pro Metal lithium clippers. Apparently they're...
Oh, crime of the century or what?
Definitely got a bunch of crime going on there, mate. I wonder if it's anything like what's going on in Australia. Have you heard about this? Australia firebomb tobacco shops.
Holy moly.
How many of these need to happen before we realize maybe Australia's doing something wrong with their tobacco regulations?
Holy
CCTV footage of arsonists caught firebombing a tobacconist shop in Melbourne.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Prom.
Tobacco war has exploded again. An Oakley store firebombed for the second time in a... Melbourne's tobacco war has exploded again.
Tobacco war.
War? Wow.
There's a war on the streets. Crime syndicates are fighting to take out tobacconist shops so that they can get inventory to sell on the black market.
Holy fuck.
An Oakley store firebombed for the second time in a fortnight. Police are trying to work out if it's linked to a spate of arson attacks by Middle Eastern crime gangs. Crime reporter Gillian Lantouris.
The tobacconist turf war returns to Oakley.
Shocked to see it just right here in the side streets.
Police got to the Station Street shop around 2 this morning, finding the tobacco store gutted. The Vietnamese restaurant next door, collateral damage in an ongoing gangland war. The owners arrived this afternoon to see what's left.
It's pretty selfish, really. They've ruined someone's business. It's just for their own self-gain.
2 weeks ago, the same tobacco
Has nothing to do with how bad the economy is all the way around the globe. Nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with the ridiculous tobacco regulations and the preposterous 6,000% tax they put on tobacco products in Australia.
Nah, nothing. They're just doing it because they're bored, really.
Something that cost the big tobacco companies, pennies on the dollar to manufacture and distribute across the planet has now been taxed to oblivion. And, well, it has made criminal enterprises see the potential profit in firebombing all these tobacco shops, stealing all of their inventory for sale on the black market.
Exactly.
For a tenner or maybe $15. What you pay in the UK for a pack in the convenience store or corner shop.
Better than $50, aren't I?
I mean, I took a look at this thing. This goes back at least 6 months now. And it's been intensifying.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is it. If they're taking away, the alternative, and then they're fucking hiking the prices up of the actual tobacco, then, well.
Look at this guy.
He's selling like an Aladaff cunt.
You can clearly see a BMW ramming the roller door of the shop of the morning of October 9. A man then jumps out with 2 jerry cans, sets it alight, then flees. Police have also got vision of what they think is the same BMW stopping at a petrol station the day before to fill up, and you can really clearly see the man that gets out of the passenger door to fill up. This was below an apartment building, so I dare say the people that got evacuated.
He's got the number plate right there. Go to the bloke's house.
Probably stole it, man. Probably stolen.
Well, that's a possibility, too.
That morning, we'll be hopeful the police can track them down.
That's why we all got these bollards.
Listen.
In the shop. We had a spate of ram raids, late 90s now. Everybody was ram raid. It wasn't just tobacco. It was every kind of shop. There was just ram raid and everything. So they put all these.
You remember our
bollards.
thumbnail from last week, right? Remember last week we talked about how bodily autonomy is a human right. We're sick and tired of these idiots taking our rights away from us.
Yeah.
And justifying it in the name of protecting the children. It's against the law for the children to have it. Prosecute the people that give it to them. Problem solved. Leave our rights alone. No.
Exactly.
Now we got Action on Smoking and Health in the UK pushing for more prohibitions. The FCTC, a tool to advance human rights. Except if you want to consume nicotine. Then you have no rights. You have no say-so. Just hand over your money and die already. That's their solution. Kiss off.
Yep, kiss my hairy ass, motherfucker. Oop, I've overdripped.
And I've been telling you guys in the UK, you need to stand up for your rights, right? It's just a matter of time. And here you go. You ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
Let me turn the volume down because I think Vic had the right volumes. We don't need the gain added.
Vape ban might be progressed because you very helpfully had a session on youth vaping which we addressed previously, and I think it would be useful for the committee to revisit that. Because, you know, while we absolutely support the principle that the government is bringing forward around interventions to reduce youth vaping, and we have been saying for some time that further regulations are needed of the market to reduce youth uptake, particularly the popularity of disposable vapes.
Yep. Another little goody two
You hear
shoes.
that? Further regulation. She wants further regulation. This is why Action Against Smoking is very friendly with the Labour Party. Not so friendly with the Tories. Very friendly with Labour. Action Against Smoking wants more regulation on top of the stuff that's already been put on. It gets better though. Oh boy, does it get better.
It needs to, the devil will be in the detail of how this is executed and being done in a way that is most effective. And there are risks in progressing, for example, a ban on disposable vapes without, for example, ensuring that both import and sales are prohibited, without making sure that we have sufficient enforcement powers, penalties and capacity, without making sure that the definition that we're putting around disposable vapes is adequate. So there's lots of questions that this committee could usefully scrutinise. And on the question of sort of further powers that the government will be taking to regulate, for example, branding, point of sale and flavours, again, revisiting the evidence, bringing the new evidence that's being developed all the time in this country and abroad on the role of flavours and the role of marketing would be really valuable.
What's your view on the role of flavours?
Our view is that the popularity of disposable vapes has been driven by the appeal of them, the accessibility of them and the affordability of them. And these are the priorities that the government should be addressing. So the powers that they're taking around...
The appeal of them is exactly what they're going for in their justification to take away flavors in the UK.
Yep. But we've already spoke about easy solutions that are out there, and they're just, do they want to go down that road? Probably not.
No, because it's not financially interest for them. They're getting suitcases of cash right now, and they're pushing the prohibitionist agenda.
Yep.
Marketing, properly executed, should help to address the appeal question, and potentially a well-executed ban on disposable vapes might contribute to that also. We also, it would be welcome to see the government take some action around affordability. We've put forward in our recent...
So all your pensioners are getting screwed so that we can keep kids from having access to them. Gotcha.
Majority suffering for the minority, as it is.
The Treasury around a minimum unit price approach to e-cigarettes.
Minimum unit price. So no more corner shops clearancing old products.
The thing
Clearance
is, right,
items are going to have a minimum unit price to adhere to. So no more going into the corner shop and picking up an old antique OBS thing for $5. It's not going to cost you $15.
Which is probably the same price as a pack of cigarettes. So which way are you going to go?
They don't see it like that, though. I don't understand how you can totally be oblivious to that fact. You get a smoker walks into a vape shop and he sees that it's going to cost him just as much to vape as it does to smoke. And he keeps hearing all these horror stories on TV about, oh, man, this person picked up a vape and it blew up in his face. Well, I never had a cigarette blow up in my face. Never heard of anybody who get a cigarette blow up in their face. So I'm just going to pick that.
They've got to make all these alternatives to smoking cheaper than smoking. Otherwise, there's no fucking point in it.
Exactly. What's the point?
The solution's there. Why don't they go down? I mean, I've mentioned to loads of people, why don't they just go down the same road they did with cigarettes? Plain packaging and out of sight in a cupboard behind the counter. That's what they're doing with cigarettes. Plain packet with the name of the company or the name of the brand in very small writing on the packet, and all the Dane is splatting fucking pictures of people's lungs dropping out on them. You know what I mean? But it's plain, it's out of sight. You know what I mean? The displays in the shops are ridiculous. Your corner shop, you looking, it's like a fucking tuck shop. The displays are ridiculous. I do get that. Take down the displays.
Mate,
do the same with
do
cigarettes.
Do you honestly think if you've got a kid that's, in his teens and he's choosing to go vape, do you think he really gives a shit whether the box is black and white or whether it's got fruity colors and depictions of whatever you're going to vape?
No, because
or is that just making you feel better?
No, they're saying it's marketing, and the marketing is everything's on display and they look like sweets, and they're saying the bright colours and all that crap are fucking encouraging children. But at the end of the day, if they're locked behind the counter, therefore it's on that seller to actually verify people's age. It's like when you go for a pack. My daughter's 18, well 19 now, and she still gets age checked for buying cigarettes. So why can't they do the same with vape products in the same way?
But go ask your daughter, would she have any different amount of interest in the product if it was black and white or if it was colorful with fruity depictions?
No, you're missing the point. It's the display. You're taking away the display. It's not what's in it. It doesn't matter what's in it. They could wrap it in dog shite and you would still want what's in that dog shite. You would want that cigarette. It doesn't matter what they wrap it in. It's the fact they're taking it away from the display, what they've got now. It's like walking into a sweet shop now. The same with you're touching yourself. The same with these alcohol on display. There's alcohol on display. It looks like fizzy pop. It looks like brightly coloured cans of pop.
Tastes like it too.
Yeah. So if you take it out, if you take it off the display, then obviously the marketing side of it's not going to be marketed at children, is it? It's going to be marketed at adults who go and ask for a vape, and therefore they've got to be age checked. It's just the display. It's the marketing side of it. That's the problem.
I'll tell you why I don't agree with you. You guys have had scary packaging with people's faces rotting off of their head and, telling people that if you smoke a cigarette, this is what your face is going to eventually look like. Has it changed the way that people buy cigarettes? Or do people get used to it and go, it was never really an issue to me. I knew that was going to happen anyway.
Yeah, but that's we're talking about adults buying cigarettes, not kids from a reputable retail shop.
Yeah, but when we were kids, we bought cigarettes. It didn't matter what the package looked like.
Oh, I'm not saying you're missing me point. I'm not saying it doesn't matter what the packaging looked like. It's not having them displayed like they've got them displayed now in shops. That's my point. But like I say, I'm going to any shop.
I get your point. I just don't agree with it. I don't think that's why the kids are doing it. And if you look at the surveys and the science, that's not they're curious. Doesn't matter what the box looks like if they're curious. It doesn't matter what the box looks like if they're doing it to be a bad kid for attention.
I totally agree with you on that. I get that. I get that argument. I get it.
You're defending it from a public standpoint, a perception, an image problem for the vape industry. And you think that the vape industry wouldn't have an image problem if they simply did black and white displays and, that wouldn't be an argument that could be used against the industry.
If it's not so much it's to tackle the underage vaping. It's like you say, it's all they're going on about all the brightly colours and all that crap, and you've got it all displayed in the shop, all the brightly coloured vapes. In fact, they don't even have to keep the vapes the way they are. Just put them out of sight. Just put them in a cupboard, like they do with cigarettes. Like you said, it makes no difference to people wanting to buy cigarettes. It makes no difference to what the box looks like. They'll buy cigarettes when they buy a cigarette. Just like people buy a vape if they want a vape. They're not giving monkeys what it looks like. But these governments are going on saying that they've marketed at kids, they're displayed to attract kids in all these shops. If the shops took that equation out, there'd be less temptation, in my eyes, for the
There's a simple
kid.
solution. You don't have to change the packaging. Sell it only in an adult-only vape shop. No kids allowed inside, period. Problem solved.
It'll not work. How many people go to a vape shop to buy a disposable? I don't know many. Corner shops?
Disposables are going to be banned, so you're going to be left with pod systems. And for environmental reasons, the pod systems are now going to have removable batteries.
But the shops,
it's a
corner
fact.
shops will just move on to selling them. That's what they'll do. They'll just move on to selling them, the corner shops. They'll still sell them. Because, I think Vic talked on about licensing, right? you've already got to have a license in this country to sell tobacco products. So they've already got a license to sell a tobacco product because vaping is classed as a tobacco product. So they've already got a license. Right? The only people he's talking about licenses are the shops. Whether you're pro for that or whether you're not for that, I'm either way. If you've got to have a license in a shop, you've got to have a license in a shop. Fair enough. But your average corner shop have already got a tobacco license to sell cigarettes. So that's defeating the object with them. They've already got a license. They've got to have a license to sell tobacco. They've got to have a license to sell alcohol. They've already got them.
Yeah. And if you made them get a separate license just for vaping products, so be it. I think it's a good thing because then that money, if it's allocated directly to, Border Force and for...
I totally agree. Just like we spoke about with the recycling thing, if they put an extra pound or dollar on the price of a disposable vape and sent that away to put it towards the recycling or enforcement or all that, because we're seeing 7 million disposable vapes a week sold in the UK. So if you put an extra pound on there, there's 7 million quid a week towards whatever. But I don't think that'll ever happen because that'll just go in the fucking government's coffers.
Yeah, because the common sense thing would be collect a pound and then give the consumer a pound off of his next purchase.
Yeah. But I'm not aiming at like I say, it's the shop displays. They're going on about, because you know yourself, children are allowed in a normal corner shop, even though they're selling tobacco and alcohol, but the children can't buy it. Just like they shouldn't be allowed to buy vapes, but the display is there, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. If they took them off the display, maybe it would discourage children from getting them. I don't know. It's just a fallible suggestion. They don't even have to change the package and just put them out of sight.
Like they do in Australia. If you want to buy any tobacco product or any vaping product, first off, if you go into a vape shop, you have to be 21 to enter, or 18 or whatever the age requirement is.
Yeah.
But the front windows are all boarded up. You can't even see inside.
Exactly.
But I keep hearing people all around the planet bitching about how we need to change the packaging, make them plain packaging, black and white packaging. That'll fix the problem. It didn't work for cigarettes. Why is it going to work for vaping? That's my question.
It's just putting them out of sight, out of mind, so to speak. It's the displays they need to sort out. We can keep them brightly coloured, but just put them in a cupboard out of sight. Don't put them on public display. Like they do with cigarettes.
That's what happens when they go and they prohibit these products. They don't actually get rid of them. It just goes out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
But it didn't actually solve the problem. It actually made the problem worse because now there's no safety regulation in place to,
I think it would be
regulate
harder
what
for
goes
children
in.
to walk and not buy them because if they can't see them, they'll not be looking. Because I've seen like many people, they're looking, oh, what flavour's that? Oh, what flavour's that? Oh, that looks nice. Well, you see them looking, oh, that looks nice. You got them out of sight in the cupboard, and if you want to vape, you went in and say, right, I want a such and such flavour. Have you got such and such flavour? Whatever bar it is, I'll have one of them. Thank you very much. And they go in the cupboard in the garret. Simple.
Yeah. You can do that, but it's not going to solve the problem. It's not going to change the number of kids that are vaping. I honestly don't believe it would. But this brings up a bigger picture at light. Just like we talked about, the environmental problem with vaping isn't just with vaping in the UK. We talked about last week when we showed the video of the roundabout and all the trash that's discarded. People are being pigs. They're just throwing whatever out the window instead of putting them in a bin. And here's the bigger problem. Parents need to teach the kids. They need to parent the kids. Parents need to be parents. It's not up to the state to parent our children.
Aye, but if you've got a parent that smokes, it's more than likely that the child's going to smoke.
Exactly. It's a generational thing. And no matter what regulation you put in place, you're not going to change what that parent does to their kid.
Oh, no.
And that kid's going to get caught in school with a device that he doesn't agree with. But that's what mom did, so that's what I'm going to do.
I think the marketing in your average corner shop is one of the big things they should sort out first.
I think the marketing is nothing but propaganda. It's another chisel taking a notch away from our rights. And for us as, adults, we just keep giving up our rights because we got to protect the next generation.
I mean, I agree. It will never, ever stop people doing what they want to do, but I think it'll help a bit if anything.
Well,
And
that's why I have the objection and say, listen, why we keep letting the politicians take our rights away from us when they ignore the real problem? Just like we talked about that shop. You know, West Virginia passed this law, and now they're going to get a $500 fine. And the fourth offense, it goes up to $5,000. Is that going to stop a shop that's selling $1 million worth of product every, year?
That's why you've got to hit them hard and hit them hard straight away. Big fines, prison.
Even in the UK, they shut down your corner shop. Did it stop the guy from selling it out of his trunk in front of the store that's closed?
No, exactly. But stop them trading under the shop, though.
Yeah, but it didn't solve the problem. I want to solve the problem. I want the problem actually fixed. The stuff they're doing is just icing on the cake. It's not actually addressing the cake.
I do agree with what you say, because the penalties are imposed and are not strong enough, because basically that guy should have been, maybe he's not just fined because he's been caught umpteen times. He should be in prison now. Shouldn't be getting fined and then selling them out of his car to pay his fine. He should be in jail because he's being caught that many times. The pissy passing farting around with them instead of just.
But they're not going to do that.
They need to,
because that would actually alleviate the problem. And then what are they going to do the rest of the month?
Well, it's like what I said before. If you murder somebody, they go, we'll let you off with this one. But if you do it again, we'll send you to jail for life. It's the same kind of thing. If you're going to enforce a law, you've got to enforce it properly.
Yeah. And you need to put laws in that actually change behaviors, not just make you feel better because they got the problem off the books.
Yeah, exactly. Totally agree. But
Australia's the perfect example. And then you wonder why PIPA is so strong and urgently calls for people to stand up for their rights before it's too late. And it's not just about vaping, it's about everything. You can't just be an idle member of society nowadays. You need to be an informed consumer, and you need to be informed on what rights are being stripped off of you, and then not be just some idle chit-chat armchair quarterback in the back going, oh man, that sucks. Well, and nothing I can do about it now.
Definitely.
So it's not just me standing up, beating the drum week after week. But it's like she says, I'm only one person, be it with a passion to help millions, to have just another day with their loved ones. We all need your help. We need the help of an army of people that share our frustration and anger with the government for creating a position where our family, friends, and fellow Australians, and this isn't just limited to Australia, this is all around the globe, including the UK. You guys are on the verge of losing your rights. You're on the precipice. You're leaning over the edge, and most people don't even know about it.
Of course they don't. I mean, and just touching on that video we've just seen, I think Vic's also mentions that was a public meeting. Anybody could have went in to that meeting and took part. And he said not one of our UK advocates turned up for that meeting. Not one.
And it's their job to know about these meetings.
Yeah.
You get an average bloke like you and I that got, 9 to 5 jobs to go through during the week. We don't have time to keep up with all that stuff. But even come the weekends, I have trouble keeping up with some of the stuff going on because it's just like, there's so much to do. How do you put the priority where it needs to be? I mean, just so frustrating.
But
here, Australia, come March, they're losing their rights.
Yeah.
After March 1st of this year, if the government's allowed to implement their power over the people, they're going to send everybody back to smoking in Australia.
It's your typical distraction because, like I say, over here, the cost of living, everything, everybody's like struggling, more concerned about how they're going to pay the gas bill, how they're going to pay the mortgage. They don't give a shit about fucking vaping and cigarettes at this moment in time. It's not the priority. They're trying to keep it.
And then when it comes to vaping, it's even more frustrating because what other consumer product do you need to advocate to be able to still be available for sale next year? There isn't like a ban on toasters and people going, oh man, I'm going to have to find another way to make, crisp up the edges of my bread. I can't use a toaster.
It's hypocrisy, man. Absolute hypocrisy, the whole lot. Ban one thing but endorse another. Really.
Listen, so all I can do is ask you guys, whenever you hear about stuff that's going on, please get a hold of your politician and let them know that you're not happy with what's happening. And don't stop. Keep up on it and tell them that you're going to follow what they're doing and you're going to hold them accountable. And if they don't take your human rights in consideration, they will be voted out of office for somebody that will consider what you think needs to be done right now.
Well, I've got a link somewhere. I think, come on, where are you? The link for, well, I go, I'll copy and I will see if I can do that and chat. I wonder if it'll go in. I don't know if it'll go in, but we'll have a try. Hang on.
Which chat you dropping it in?
Just think of YouTube if I can on YouTube. If it doesn't ban it. There you go. I think Vic posted this anyway, but I'll just put it in chat. That there is a link to write to your local MP if you wish to do so. UK, obviously.
And then here's a link that you had sent me.
Yeah, that was that video you just saw before, I believe.
Order, order. Good morning. This is the Health and Social Care Select Committee for the second time in 2 days. We just cannot get enough. This is
second time in 2 days, and nobody from the vape industry was there. None of the advocates organizations were present for this.
Not a thing.
This is our latest public evidence session on our major prevention inquiry, prevention of ill health. A lot of talk at the moment about waiting lists.
That's the thing that really cracks me up. They keep bringing this under the preface that it's prevention for the benefit of our health. But if there's no harm created with these things, then what are you worried about? Why are you addressing this if this doesn't cause any significant harm?
Baffling, man. Absolutely baffling. But I mean, I was looking at some figures I think we touched on last week. I mean, the amount of adult vapers who are using disposables has actually gone up since 2022. I mean, it's not huge percentages, but it has gone up. There's more adults using disposable vapes.
Yeah, every year, e-cigarette summit, I watch and keep track of the data, and we've even talked about it here, looking at trends over time. Disposables are the majority of the market right now. It's not pod kits. It's not starter kits like this. It's not, mods and tanks. It's not rebuildables. Those are just a tiny fraction of the market right now. Everybody wants.
I've actually done it myself. Like when you're out and about with one of these, like I say, when I've been out and about with this and say my coils have burnt out or my batteries have went dead, I went, oh shit, I'll just go to the next shop and buy a disposable to see through the rest of the day. You know what I mean? I've done it myself.
Even Phil and Dimitri talked about it this past week when they were doing their little presentation about how all these things are nothing but over-flavored, over-sweetened vaping products compared to what we had.
No doubt.
But that's what makes it work. When people get it and the flavor overtakes even a numbed tongue from a hardened smoker, lifelong smoker, and they can taste these flavors, they're more likely to continue to use this and never go back to buying a pack of smokes.
And like you said, on the other side of the coin, the black market will be absolutely rolling the red carpet out right now. They'll be loving it. They'll never go away. They'll not go away. Just like cigarettes will never go away. Even when we go smoke-free Britain, the cigarettes will still be available.
Kind of like vinyl records. Clive Bates is fantastic when he brings his analogies into play, because that's the perfect example, like vinyl records. We had vinyl records when we were growing up. We thought that was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Then came the cassette, and then came the CD, and then came streaming music. But guess what? Vinyl's making a comeback because people still like it. It's a unique way to consume music that is unlike what you see today.
Because it's not all digital advice, it's real music, it's real sounds. It's not all digital and fake and false and crap. It's real music, how it was supposed to sound. I've got tons of vinyl up in the loft, absolutely loads of it.
And you wouldn't believe how many vinyl records I used to have that I got rid of for pennies on the dollar. I mean, garage sale, 25 cents a piece. For a freaking album, I paid $35 for.
You could come across that one that's worth a few quid now, because they are getting the original LPs, you know, original copies or early copies now, worth good money.
I had milk crates of them, as a DJ especially.
Oh, with a DJ, without doubt.
Best thing that ever happened for DJs is everything went digital. And I was able to take everything I had and put them into digital form.
Yeah, I remember seeing the guys setting up the DJs. The decks would be 5 minutes, for the be about an hour, humping loads of fucking boxes of records.
No, the only thing that you have to hump in is the speakers.
Yeah. But I've got an LP up there that's rare now. It'll be worth a fortune, but it's worth a few bob. No, it was the Sex Pistols, never mind the bollocks, but this is a picture disc. It's a picture vinyl. It's in immaculate condition, not a scratch on it. Only played it once. Brilliant. There you go. 1 and 3 have quit the vape. What can you say?
Hey, Bastard, thank you for your support. You are now a standard mod.
Thank you. But yeah, it's the whole world's a fucking mess, mate. They're just trying to take control over everything and anything. Vaping's probably just the tip of the iceberg.
Hey, did you happen to see Tucker Carlson's interview of Vladimir Putin?
Well, here's the thing. I went to watch it live on YouTube, and YouTube banned it. Fucking blacked it out. Violation. You had to go watch on his website. The banned it. It was a black. There was everybody in chat was out. The chat was still running. Everybody was going fucking all the censorship bullshit. But it come up. This video cannot be shown due to violation of YouTube. It was a black screen, so everybody went out to his actual website. It was streaming live on his website. That's why I watched it. Couldn't watch it on YouTube.
I ended up watching it after the fact, but it was so refreshing to sit down and have a real conversation. And I had to laugh because, you know, he started the conversation off. He's like, did you want to have a serious conversation or did you want to do a show? Yeah. He's like, no, I wanted to have a serious conversation. He's like, okay, well, then let me talk.
Putin is a very clever man. Trust us, he's a very,
very clever. And I, sat there, like I do with everything else. I read so many books that are so offensive to most people they would never even think about reading them. But I want to expand my mind. I still disagree with it after I'm done reading about it. But at least now I know how that person got to have that opinion. And for Vladimir Putin to talk about how, because one of the questions that was asked of him was, so do you think that Hungary should repatriate those nations and those parts of other countries that was given away after World War I? And then Putin goes around and talks about this story about how when he was young, he took a drive through the countryside and came into a town where there was road names were in 2 languages. And he didn't recognize the one language, and the one language was in Hungarian and the other one was in Russian.
That's right, yeah.
And then he was talking about how, how these people, I'm sure they want to be repatriated back to Hungary. But he didn't mention the fact about the revolt how a group of 15 people started off as a group of 15 people, took over a radio TV station to broadcast their message to the world, asking for help to get Russia out of Hungary. My dad was one of those ones in 1956 that fought the Hungarian Revolution against Russia. But nobody came to help Hungary. And Russia very quickly took back over the country and forced a lot of people to immigrate to other parts of the world.
All these conflicts in other countries is because they've got something that somebody wants. It's like Iraq, the oil, they're an oil-rich country. That's why everybody's sticking their nose in their business. They're an oil-rich country. But the Iraq war, all this crap, it's the oil. They've got, look at bringing, what do you call it, the war, the Syria. How long has that war been going on? Who stepped in to help them out? Nobody, because the country's got nothing that nobody wants. And that's the way it works. You're just a little peasant country. You've got no oil, or you've got no this, no that. Nobody's interested. But he's kind of, I'll give him his dues. I mean, I'm not pro-Putin. I'm not blowing sunshine up his arse and all that crap, right? But he's done his homework. I mean, the history lesson he did about how Ukraine came about and the land that Russia did give them when the USSR broke down, and all that crap. He was very knowledgeable of the history, but he was guaranteed by NATO that they would not move an inch by the West in the West of shit.
And that is exactly what Kennedy said numerous times on all of his interviews that he gives.
Exactly. And the thing is, right, he says like NATO actually offered Ukraine, actually offered them to go into Ukraine. And he says, we don't want American military bases on my border with nuclear weapons. That's the problem. Because if they were part of NATO, the US, UK, whoever would have a base there right on his doorstep. And he didn't. And there was agreed years ago that would never happen. And it was also agreed, if you did mention, there was an actual peace deal in place. And our nitwit Boris Johnson went over and fucking scuppered the lot of it. Come on.
Scuttled the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it is all because the military-industrial complex needs places for bombs and weapons to be used so that the government keeps buying new ones.
Yeah. Or they're selling arms to them, whichever way. They're making a fortune, these arms dealers. Be making a killing.
And if you listen to Russell Brand or Tucker Carlson or any of these people talking about all these situations, the geopolitical situation completely makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Vladimir Putin does not want to be in Ukraine. He wants to rewind the clock. Ukraine can go do whatever the heck they want. I don't know what this whole Nazi thing is that they keep bringing up. Why that conversation keeps coming up.
It's just propaganda, that crap. And that's kind of, because when you see history, that's kind of where it was from, like with Germany and all that crap. But them days are long gone. Pretty much.
Kennedy was right. Putin doesn't want to be in this war. If you forced him to sit down at a table, they could come to an agreement. He's already agreed to the terms that was already in place when Boris Johnson tore it all up. He would be happy to go back to that. Leave it alone. Don't put NATO nuclear weapons right on the border of Russia.
Exactly.
Forget about the fact that it makes him look bad politically. Think about your border security. If you were a member of that nation, would you want, somebody to put weapons right off your coast? And Kennedy's the perfect one to deal with that because of the Cuban Missile Crisis. The United States didn't want nuclear missiles 120 miles from its shore. It's the same situation Russia's in right now that the United States was in back in the 60s.
It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Everybody's relating to that. Everybody's comparing it to that. The Cuban Missile Crisis. It's
exactly what it is. Except the shoe's on the other foot now.
Yeah. And yet you see, it says everybody in the West, nobody will talk to them. Not a soul wants to talk to them.
You know how much resources are being wasted on this planet for all this military actions that don't need to take place? How about you give everybody food, clothing, shelter, housing, rather than spending it on missiles and bombs to blow things up?
And then you've got all the cost of rebuilding when it does eventually end. You know, all these towns and cities that are absolutely flattened, you know, they've got to rebuild and restart all over again.
The funniest part about him was when he was talking about how you put all these sanctions on me. Guess what? I'm still trading with China. Matter of fact, our relations and our negotiations and our economic influence and our powers are stronger now than they ever were. Thank you. You actually did something we wouldn't have done on our own.
That made us chuckle was when they mentioned the pipeline getting blown up. Did you blow it up? He went, well, obviously not. But he says, it was clever, his word. He says, you've got to think of those who are interested, but not interested, who are capable. What? I thought, yes, you know who done it.
You know who it is. You won't embarrass them because you don't want to be the accuser. But everybody knows if you stand back for a moment and think about who's going to benefit from this thing being blown up.
Exactly. He knew. It was just so clever the way he put it. I was like, you know how it is. That was genius for me. Like,
and then the one other thing from that interview that really stood out for me was propaganda. You know, why don't you deal with this with propaganda? And he's like, nobody can deal with propaganda like the United States.
Oh God!
6 media companies own everything that we hear, see, and consume on a regular basis. And Europe might as well be considered part of the American empire because all the ownership in Europe is pretty much the same ownership you have in the United States.
Yeah.
You can't win a propaganda war against the United States.
Nah, you got near chance.
As soon as you think you understand what's going on, guess what? They put out an alternative message that corrals all the people that didn't want to follow the main narrative.
But I mean, it's nice to hear the other side of the story. You know what I mean? Not just like the shit you hear off the mainstream media and all that crap, how he's such an evil man and doing all this and all that crap. You know, nobody likes war. No matter who's fighting, nobody wants a war. He doesn't want to be in a war. Ukraine don't want to be in a war. So, but they,
I did have to laugh at the very end of the interview. He asked him, he's like, how do you sleep at night knowing that you're bombing people? He didn't ask him straight up like that, but that's essentially what he was asking. As a Christian, how do you stand up and go to sleep at night knowing that you are bombing people? Your instructions are causing people to die tonight.
Mm-hmm. But on the other side, the coin, I don't know if you've seen like the reaction thing. I think Tucker was in Saudi Arabia with a World Comment or something, and he was being questioned about that, and he kind of touched on that, and he says, well, you'll not be the first leader and you'll not be the last leader who killed people. This is all leaders kill people. American leaders kill people. UK leaders kill people. This is, they've all got to make that choice. That's what he was touching on. He says, Russia's huge. And he says, they've got that many different religions, cultures and all that. He says, why would he want more land? He says, he's got plenty to fucking deal with as it is. He says, it's a hard fucking job governing a land mass that large, you know what I mean? So he says, why would he want to do it? He said he didn't want to expand. He says he's quite happy where he is because he's got enough on his plate with what he's got. He says he didn't want to name it fucking shite, which you can kind of see where they're coming from. So it was just, I think it was nice to hear the other side of the coin, and probably some of the things that were said that the local media are not seeing, or your mainstream media are not seeing. They make them look like the good cop, bad cop shit, innit? You know what I mean? He's the bad guy.
It's amazing how the mainstream media is blowing up about this whole situation. Like, you can't believe it. You can't believe it. It's like they pulled the curtains open and everybody got awoken to the fact of this isn't just a one-sided thing. There's another perspective here for us to be able to understand before we should be able to be judgmental about what's happening.
And now even the American media are now hammering that Carlson for doing the interview. Well, why? I didn't do it for fame or fortune. I want to find some fact. I want to know what was going on.
And it's kind of the same thing here in the United States. When the UK came up with their Swap to Stop program and announced it to the world that they were literally giving 1 in 5 smokers a vape starter kit, that even woke up the media, the mainstream media here in the States, and got them to say, well, the stuff we've been hearing from the FDA and the CDC can't be true. if you've got a government that's literally handing 20% of the smokers a product that our FDA and CDC have been downplaying and saying was garbage, same as smoking. Why would UK do that? Doesn't make any sense. It's like the foundations of science. You can't have two conflicting things both be true. Somebody is killing a bunch of freaking people.
Yeah. But that's kind of like the weird scenario we're in here, right? I mean, you've got a government wanting to ban a product of vaping, whether that's the first domino upon the whatever. But on the other side of the coin, the amount of, I wouldn't say promotion, but encouragement. They've got vape shops in hospitals. They've done schemes where they've handed devices out to the public. They've had this scheme, that scheme, promoting it in it, like not publicly. Hey, look at it, but they have done it for them then to do a massive U-turn and say it's no good. I just think there's too much investment for them to do anything in the near future. Maybe in a few years, perhaps, but in the immediate future, there's too much tied up in it, man. Too much government money tied up in it.
It's exactly what it boils down to.
That's why it's going to take a year for this ban to come through. I've been to my local shop now. He says I've just stocked up for the next 18 months. Which does not affect me then. He's just getting like orders in for the next 18 months for his disposables. Because it'll not happen soon. Because it's got to go through all the Parliament, the House of Lords, and all that crap. It's got to be passed, and bills passed, and laws made. And that takes time. And like I said, there's an election coming up, so they're going to be focusing on the elections, and then obviously there's cost of living. That's going to be touched on. There's other priorities than vaping. In a push, they might bang in an early temporary ban of some sort. In a push, but that would be like an act of desperation, I think, just for them to get the voters in. That's what that would be.
And that's exactly what the end result was of this good cop, bad cop. By the time we got to day 5, they came to realize that, you know what? These are a list of things that they wanted to do that we were all scared about them implementing. But it is not as easy as they make it out to be to get 190 countries to all agree on something.
No, it'll never happen. Never, ever happen.
So they postpone it. They maybe make one change, 2 changes that everybody can agree on, and they go for another year. The problem I have with that whole scenario is 8 million people a year are dying while they're getting their ducks in a fucking row and deciding what we need to go and do.
Exactly. The cogs turn very slowly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, what's to say in, say, 12 months' time when this is the ban and all of a sudden the numbers have dipped in teenage vaping? What happens then?
We're living in a real live experiment right now. You've got the controls that are going on in New Zealand, and we've seen their rates plummet. We've got the fact that Sweden has had snus this whole time, even though it's been illegal in the rest of Europe. And you take a look at the health and the diseases of the population there compared to the rest of Europe, it's night and day.
It is a massive difference.
And you look at the UK, who's literally handing 1 in 5 smokers a vape starter kit. In a year's time, when that program is given all these vape starter kits out, there's going to be a dramatic change in the number of smokers in the country.
Without a doubt.
It's just a matter of time before the rest of the world realizes that the old staunch lump everything together as tobacco is actually killing people. They need to stop doing that. Treat vaping as a separate entity, and you want to tax something, tax it based on the harm that it's going to give you.
Yeah, and like to say, this country wants to be smoke free by 20, blah, blah. How are you going to achieve that when you're frigging trying to ban the only thing that's proven to be more successful for people to give cigarettes? They're shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, so it's like the United States did when the FDA decided to blanket ban all these products.
Yeah.
Enough to make somebody want to go and drink.
You've done the same road, and that's what I was just going to suggest. I'm parched.
ready for the drop.
Up for your entertainment today, I have, fresh from the Stone Brewing Company, XoCoVEZA. XoCoVEZA is an Imperial Stout inspired by Mexican hot chocolate.
Ooh.
I'm like, what is this? I found this in the fridge. My mom or my wife picked this up from the House of 1,000 Beers. Imperial Stout inspired by Mexican hot chocolate. This is a beloved stout when first introduced as a limited special collaboration release with Cerveceria Insurgenta and San Diego homebrewer Chris Banker. His instant hit.
Very nice.
So what do you got there, mate?
Well, I'm going to do a quick flick here. So you can see me over here. I've got some of my old-fashioned case cider.
Awesome.
This is black. It is 7.5% volume, but I've also got Holsten Pils, which is basically a 3% German beer. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a 50-50 mix and make a good old-fashioned English snake bite. Yum, yum, yum.
Nice. That is awesome, mate.
That's it. You know, look at that. I've got my glass in front of my camera. So I get a bit of the old cider in first. And go about there, should do it with that. And then we'll drop in some of the old lager and just give it a bit of a kick. And there we go.
I need to fill my tank up with a new e-liquid to pair with this stout.
Oh, yes. Oh, look at the head on this, man. It's escaping the glass. And there you have it, boys and girls. One delicious, what we call a snake bite. Nom, nom, nom. And there's, look at that lovely close-up of that fizzing away there in that glass. Look at that bloody lovely.
That is gorgeous.
Beautiful, mate. Cider and lager. Good old-fashioned English snake bite.
I had to take and fill up my tank. I finally finished off that thing. So in order to go with a hot chocolate-inspired stout, I had to pull out the chocolate banana bread we mixed up a couple episodes back.
What I just, what's empty now? Gone.
Hunky's Hawaiian Punch is gone.
Gone. Everything else is nearly gone, man. Hang on, look. What's I've been a busy boy.
Yeah.
They're going in the dripper just to get the last drag.
You know what I should have done? I should have made you a little one shot that you could have refilled that bottle with. You got the VG, PG, and Nick to go in there, the secret sauce. Could have dumped it in there, 30 ml bottle. I'm going to refill each of those twice.
Food for thought, mate. Just
we'll
make
do that
one
next
shot.
time.
Yeah, just do a box of one shots of even better again.
All right. Cheers to our health.
While I'm just making a toast here, I would just like to give a shout out to the wife. It's been the anniversary of her mother's passing today. She's been gone 4 years today. So they went down to the Book of Remembrance and laid a few flowers. So if you're
bless
up
her
there,
heart.
Hope you rest in peace. Cheers to you all. Ah, lovely. Oh, that's nice. I forgot how good them are. Bit deadly, like.
This Imperial Stout does not have any remnants of hot chocolate. It's not like some of those other drinks that I've had before, where it tastes more like hot chocolate than the actual hot chocolate beverage. This is a dark beer. Punchy, stout flavor. You pair it up with this chocolate banana bread.
Oh.
Bogan is so right.
Well,
You got to
in
pair
this,
up your vape.
I've got the last. This is what's the last of the Hawaiian punches, and with this being cider, apple. Oh, very nice.
Very nice combination. Get your hand checks in. We're going to go check those in a minute.
You know what is that? Adds another dimension.
Forgot.
To that. Oh, like, ooh, yes, that's nice. Wow.
I cannot get over how good these e-liquids are that we've been mixing. Now that I've gotten in the habit and we're like, 6 bottles ahead, I don't come back to it for at least a month and a half. Some of these recipes, when I did the initial shake and vape, it's like, I don't know, I have any high hopes for this. This was one of those ones where I tried it originally and I'm like, nah. But holy cow, is that a beautiful chocolate banana bread?
Yeah, man. You can see a little bit of steeping time makes a hell of a difference. When
I just finished off this guava mango cream that we mixed up.
Yeah.
The cream was a little too strong for my wife. She was like, no, I don't want it. It's a mango. Honey, it's a guava mango. She's like, yeah, but there's just too much cream in it. It's the ice cream base to it. But for me, when I first vaped it, I'm like, well, I don't know if I really like it. By the second day, I'm like, this is my new all-day vape. It is so fantastic. A beautiful cream and a fruit pairing together, and you get that punch from the guava and that punch from the mango. I finished off the whole bottle. I don't even know where it's at. It's an empty bottle, probably getting washed out.
Fruit and cream.
To transition to this?
Fruit and cream. Wow.
A chocolate banana bread that literally brings forth the chocolate flavor. It's not a chocolate. It's a beautiful milk chocolate with a banana bread. Oh, we are spoiled for choice, mate. Spoiled for choice.
See, that's the thing about a lot of chocolates. They're very bittery chocolate, not like you said, like a milk chocolate. I love a milk chocolate, but a bittery chocolate's a bit. There's not many that can get that. Like,
oh,
it's like a classic case of like you said, with a cherry bakewell. I've never come across anybody that's pretty much perfected at that, and yours is the best yet. Easy. By a long shot. All the other cherry bagels have been chemically with that chemically taste.
Listen, if Darren would give me a refill here, I'd make a bunch of them.
Ooh.
I'm curious to see what the Americans think of it. I totally loved it.
Oh,
I know half a dozen vapors that I could hand them a little 30 ml bottle and says, I want your feedback on it. What do you think of it?
Yeah,
we could go into the vaping business right now and actually be a business selling just a couple of the recipes that we've come up with. They're just fantastic.
Just so good. Especially that muffins. Oh, that muffins. Oh my God. The Danish swirl. Jesus Christ, that's got to be one of your best yet. That, like, my eyes, like, that is out of this world.
That's Rocky Tooney. Rocky Tooney was the one that made that recipe.
Oh, that's out of this world. That beautiful.
So if there's anybody you want to follow to make great recipes, Rocky Tooney's one that you need to pick out and find his recipes. I have yet to come across one that isn't a banger.
Really? Wow. It's that good, yeah?
And the thing is, this was Wonder Flavors, brand new flavors they just came out with like 6 months ago.
Unbelievable, man. I'm seeing where these companies developing these flavors as well, man. It's just that's what I'm saying. These are good times for vaping, not fucking shite with bands and that. These are the good times. I mean, look at, like you say, Pugs and Nevins, they're off the, they've come up with a new range that they've mixed and they're having absolute massive success with it because the stuff is that good. You know what I mean?
All right, let's take a look and jump over to our hand checks. We're going to get our hand check started. No, you know what? I got one more thing I want to do before we do hand checks. Since we're talking about a bunch of politicians, we got that conversation with Vladimir Putin and whatnot. I went to my repository of old Google images, and we're going to start with, you're going to love this one. Ready?
Holy shit, mother and daughter, mother and son.
What do you think? There you go.
Oh my God. Holy moly. That's amazing.
Heat visor. What do you think of heat visor?
Oh shit. God almighty.
There's Ted Cruz for you.
That's what he was like before he became a vampire. That was in the land of the living, and that's him now as a vampire.
Yeah, when Ted Cruz retires, that's what he's going to look like.
Holy shit.
And for those indecisive people out there, here you go.
Oh my lordy do. That's scary.
Hillary Trump.
That's creepy. That's creepy. That's so creepy. That is
so now here's my challenge to all of those of you out there watching the show today. I want you to find somebody that pairs up with this schmuck.
Ooh.
That's your assignment for this week, boys and girls.
Looks like him.
And if you complete the assignment, Kenny's going to mix up a beautiful dinner.
Bangers and mash. Love it. I made a wonderful tea last night, actually. I made a lovely vegetable soup. Oh.
There you go. Hand checks. William Dobson is packing due to moving, so only allowed to keep the essentials out. And what did he choose to keep out as his essentials? The Saga 2100 with the 30 millimeter Asgard.
Oh, yes. Good choice. Good RDA, them. I've got the Asgard Mini. Very good RDA.
Bloody fantastic, mate. And
absolutely love
dad jokes. Come on. For sale by owner, a complete set of Encyclopedia Britannica, 45 volumes, excellent condition, no longer need. Got married last month. Wife knows everything.
I'll tell you what it is. Them Britannica inside, they're a blast of the past. Them, but I remember doing my homework from school using them books.
Mate, my mom's got like 6 sets of encyclopedias at her house.
Oh,
we had Encyclopedia Britannica, we had another one, and then she picked up another one, and she used to deliver newspapers, and when people would pitch stuff, she was like, another complete encyclopedia? Bring it home and fill up the bookshelf with it. I'm like, you already have an encyclopedia set. Why'd you need another one?
It's an updated, it's a revised edition. There was thousands of books for that. Oh, that's nice.
There you go. Nice topside duel for you. Andy C., hello and welcome to the stream.
Nice. They're a nice mod, them, yeah. I've still got mine kicked out somewhere.
Mr. Gaurav Dwivedi, the hacker from up India, hello and welcome. Michael Redfern, hello and welcome. Wonderful to have all yous here to stream. Here's a hand check for you. Smock Stick V9. I got one of them sitting on the shelf back there. My wife bought that. That was her daily driver for a while.
Really?
Till you got frustrated with small coils.
It's a blast from the past, that, like, isn't it?
Here's a blast from the past.
Look at the kit. Whoa. Coil Master.
Back when Coil Master was not declaring bankruptcy.
I'll tell you what it is, mine. Buy that friggin' coil friggin' burny thing in there, absolutely rubbish.
There was only 2 in here that were worth the whole box.
Yeah. Not very good.
They're parallel Clapton and they're fused Clapton. The rest of them were junk.
Yeah. I'll tell you what else is junk as well. I think I've still got
If you were mouth to lung, their little Clapton coils were good too, because I mean they were what, 2.8 millimeters in diameter.
See that there?
Yeah, I got that.
Bin. Crap. Let's chuck it in the bin. It's crap.
Junk. You want to get yourself a decent build stand? The BP Mods is my recommendation.
Yep. I've got one.
Beautiful body.
Cracking bit of kit.
Love it. Best
Man,
build
look,
stand.
I still put mine in the box every time I finish with it, man. Oh.
The Futon Ohm tab. I wish I could have picked up another one. They're that wonderful.
Yeah.
And here's nice a bit of retro hand check. Oh, I love it. I love the designs that they have. I didn't get to pick up the premium one.
Lovely. Beautiful.
But here you go before Vape Wild close their doors.
Ooh.
How about this one?
Oh, I've got one of them. It's a Tesla sticks. I've got one of them. It's mint.
The same company that made our retro vape for today made that one.
Yeah, you would like that. It's got lights in it.
I would love it.
Lights. You love it. Got police lights in it. American police lights.
And then bringing us to modern day and age.
Come on, get back in.
Get a billet box?
Oh, that's nice. I've just pulled this.
There's our hand checks.
Love it.
I guess that means it's time for us to go to our dad jokes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Give it to me, she yelled. Oh. I'm so fucking wet. Give it to me now. You know what? She can scream all she wants. I'm keeping the umbrella.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about a bunch of pussies, figured you'd like this. We're dog people, so we're always pushing dogs, right? But we know there's cat people in the world.
Of course there is.
And in Australia, it has officially been 0 days, again, since the last Oz tobacconist firebombing.
What is Holy moly, man.
And my prediction is tomorrow we can use the same meme and it'll be just as true.
Without a doubt. Holy moly.
Summer's coming. Oh, crap. So much for my beach body. Again.
What are them?
What do you call a masturbating cow?
Oh, God.
Beef stroking off. That moment you realize that Taco Tuesday has become a problem.
Yeah. Every day.
So what you are saying is you want to get banned? No. We just like to say it the way it is.
Bad. Oh, shit.
Watch me, nay.
Holy fuck. That looks wrong.
Hey, man, zombie-proof airless tires. Why aren't we funding this kind of research to make that a reality for all of us? No more flats, ever.
Tire companies out of business.
Nah, tire company still has to make it. There's still rubber on the outside of it.
Yeah, but they'll not be making as many.
They're calling for a snowstorm this weekend. It's not going to last but maybe 6 hours, but I know what I'm going to be out there doing.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
Hey, man, what's 6 inches long? Oh, I'm sorry, 4 inches long, 2 inches wide, and drives women like crazy? That damn empty toilet paper roll again.
Freaking same with me. I mean, rush the toilet, you look, you're oh shit.
Nothing's worse than getting in there, going to the toilet, and reaching for the paper when you're done and go, that's how much I have?
Yeah. You do the old Fred Flintstone shout. Wilma!
No, I'm going to shout about this one. For the love of everything that's holy, stop snowing. I want to go camping. We haven't had a bit of snow all winter. All but one day. So now we're supposed to get more snow this weekend. Calling for a major snowstorm. Might keep snow on the ground for 6 hours.
A light dusting, as they call it.
And here, I found a picture of Kenny.
Too right, that now. Too right. I think I'll post.
How did work go today? Take a fucking guess.
What do you fucking think?
And a little bit of knowledge for your education. Remember, folks, it didn't all start off with gas chambers. Speaking of Nazis, it started with politicians dividing the people into us versus them. It started with intolerance and hate speech. And when people finally stopped caring, they became desensitized and mindlessly obedient and turned a blind eye to what came next.
Exactly. Very true.
And when my smart mouth doesn't get me in trouble, my facial expressions surely do.
Without a doubt.
And what's up with Netflix lately? Because you watched Die Hard, how about we have a beautiful episode of Bob Ross, Beauty is Everywhere? What?
Totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant.
It's not just autocorrect that is out to screw us. Now Netflix is joining the gang.
We recommend this.
Okay, here's one for chat. I need you to fill in the blank. Fill in the blank, drop it in chat, and I'll read it aloud. I need some blank right now. Fill in the blank. Drop it in chat.
Well, could be a few things in there, or in there.
What do you think, Kenny?
I was thinking food.
I need some food right now.
Yeah.
I'm drinking my lunch today.
Oh. You're not going all health conscious, are you?
No, but I'm washing it down with a beautiful chocolate banana bread.
I need some love.
I need some sanity right now, said A Bastard.
That would be, yes, I can kind of agree with that. Oh.
No other takers? Okay, let me advise you. Once again, do not drink in Prime.
Don't even go there with that with me. I
Got a beautiful computer case here. I was drinking and priming during the Super Bowl. I also got a beautiful 850 watt power supply to replace the one inside the supercomputer. Only because it's gold rated. Gold energy efficiency standard. I'm going from like barely 80% with the cheapo power supply to 93% or more efficient.
Hell yeah.
I estimate it's going to save me about $5 a month. So it'll pay for itself eventually.
Anything's a save in this day and age, mate. Anything.
Especially if it comes with a 10-year warranty. And this is what it looks like when your dad helps you dress up for Halloween. Dad, can you help me get my hair ready for school? Sure.
That's cool.
He doesn't look happy. I don't know why.
Oh,
Such creativity.
It is.
That's like a 9.8 on the creative scale.
That's artistic expression, that is.
Yeah, and if we had like 10,000 followers, you know, we could charge Pepsi for this inclusion in the show.
Yes, we could.
But since they realize we only got about 40 viewers, they're not even going to sue us for using their trademark because they're not going to get anything. What are they going to get? Bunch of used cameras?
Nothing.
And while you worry about who's going to spend the next 4 to 8 years in the White House, pay no attention to the corrupt politicians spending 30 to 40 years at Capitol. Or the fact that there's one guy that owns all of them. Actually, there's like 12 of them. Like the Koch brothers. Okay, it's another question for chat, since we didn't get much reply in the last one. Maybe it was the question that I asked. So, where did you work when you were a teenager? What was your first job as a teenager?
I remember mine very well.
But were you? What was your first couple jobs?
I started the paper round when I was
Same here.
12. Had a paper round, then I moved on to a milk round. Then I done 3 years of a motor mechanics apprenticeship, which went tits up because you done your first 3 years were in class and in college. In your last year, you were supposed to be placed in an actual working garage to do your last year. The garage I got placed in, I was only there 2 weeks, and the garage decided to move its franchise, so I didn't have a placement.
Andy C. was a tunnel man at 15.
Tunnel man, wow.
I had a paper route when I was a teenager as well. And then I got a job at Burger King, flipping burgers. Not actually flipping burgers. We put them under the flame broiler, which is an actual machine grill. And then during the summer, I got a job as a landscaper. And then I enlisted in the Navy when I graduated high school.
I think I eventually moved on to be engineering. Eventually.
A bastard was a beekeeper. So it's nothing like a movie. My dad had 4 hives of bees.
Beekeepers. It's a nice one, isn't it?
Awesome. Anybody else out there? Where did you work when you were a teenager? Yeah, I see you. I told you to go out before we started the show. Now you're begging to go out again? I got the dad jokes to do. How about after the dad jokes?
Pooch joke.
Oh, look, he got a toy with his Happy Meal. Isn't that adorable?
I love them. I think they are.
Isn't that adorable?
Exactly the same color. I had a red and black smart card. Tell you that.
Did you?
They put a smile on your face. I did. They put a smile on your face.
William Henderson, hello and welcome.
They are so fun to drive.
I'll bet.
Really are fun.
They're fun to beat up when you're playing GTA. You're driving as Trevor in his big truck and you hit one of those things. It's like, bouncy car.
Yeah. You think about it, right? There's no weight in that body at all, and mine was a 750cc with a turbo version, and it used to go like shit off a stick when you put your foot down.
Looks like we got a little delay in the YouTuber today. Pam Spraggin says that she worked at the Sizzler, a steakhouse in a movie theater. That would be awesome.
An usher in a movie, but he's got all the films for now. Seen all the movies.
Yeah. Alben did the paper route thing again, just like the rest of us. And then he worked for 7-Up Bottling Company, local to him. That's pretty cool.
But he got sick of the sight of that.
And William Dobson says that the Roadster is a 900cc.
Yes, the Roadster is like a flat, like a sports car version. But they've got a little turbo, and I tell you what it is, power to weight ratio, the fly off the mark. The only thing is, I think they're limited to 85 mile an hour. If they go any faster than that, they'll just blow over.
We talked about this once before. Remember when this was a snack? When we were growing up?
I still do that today. And boiled eggs. I like boiled eggs.
Hey man, noise canceling toilet. My dog needs one of those.
It's got a Bose sound system as well. I love it.
Hey man.
Oh my God.
My name's Roy, and it's been 3 weeks since I last drank out of the toilet bowl.
Toilet bowl anonymous. Give him a hug.
Mom wants to see you in the kitchen, and she's wearing her mad face. Don't know why.
Ah.
Trucks, do not use air brakes. You don't know how trucks work then.
How would I stop, matey?
You could use an engine brake, but it's not going to bring you to a complete stop.
Hell no.
My wife gave me this one. I let my husband label the spices, and this is what happened. I beg your parsley. I'm kind of a big deal. Oregano gangsta. It's go time.
That's so clever. That's so cool.
How many of you out there had one of these as a kid? I loved it. Way better than a standard trike. The green machine. Best Christmas present I ever got as a child.
We had a similar one that was a rage, but obviously you pedaled it. You know, the similar one.
That was so cool because you'd get going real fast and then you'd like switch the rear end and do a skid around.
That's right. You could literally early.
You wonder why when we started driving, I had to do a bluesmobile move. Remember in the movie when they did the move and they went to the dinner and they pulled the car around front and slammed it against the curb? I did that at school.
Yeah.
Got suspended for driving for a week, but it was worth it.
Oh, the fun you must have had.
1960 to 1985, the last real great generation before all you wet wipes were born. Trying to ban everything for the good of the children.
Yeah. Totally agree with that one. We're a dying breed, mate.
Nope, never had one, William Dobson says. Nope, never had one. Pram wheels and make a go-kart. Go-karts are awesome.
Yeah, we used to call them bogies. Just make a bogey.
This is what it would look like if tobacco control was in charge of fire safety.
Holy fuck. Talk about a leap of faith.
This is what it looked like back in the 70s when we were growing up as a kid. When snow days actually meant snow days.
Oh, yeah. Climate change for you, mate. Climate change.
1978 was when that picture was taken.
Yep. Used to love it when it snowed, man. Proper snow.
And I told you guys, I tell you it all the time, and remind us all the time about how bad the economy is.
Oh, well.
Good luck, mate. Can be there a while.
Yeah. Best of luck.
Because this is the world we live in.
How true that is,
Slow,
no?
children texting.
There was a thing on the news, the UK. Do you know what they were thinking of doing? Was putting LED lights at the edge of the curb. So when people's on their phones, they can go at the edge of a curb before they cross the road. I mean, how fucking dumb.
I like this. William Dobson says, nah, if it was tobacco control, the door would be on the ceiling. So you wouldn't even be able to grab the steps.
Nah, straight down. Goodbye.
Speaking of goodbye.
What the fuck? I can't actually see somebody's actually adhered to the sign. What are you thinking?
Well, that's the world we live in now. People want to, blindly go like sheep and follow what they're told. So he did.
You know what it is? You've hit a point there because we do. I mean, I don't know how much you know about UK driving, but roundabouts, yeah? A roundabout. It's normally a junction, but it's a roundabout.
They're putting them in here now, mate. Yeah. Intersections are all being replaced with roundabouts out in the country.
Yes. And then the rule in your highway code is you give way from the right, right? You wait till it's clear to the right before you pull out. Now we've got traffic lights on roundabouts. Because people can't.
What's the point of a roundabout if you put a traffic light there?
They've got traffic lights on roundabouts. I kid you fucking not. So there you go.
Sounds like the politician's brother was into selling traffic lights. Defeats the whole purpose of a roundabout if you put a traffic light up.
Traffic lights on roundabouts. Next time out, I'll take a photo. I'll take a picture of you the next time I'm out, and I'll give you evidence. I will take a photograph of a roundabout.
That's our assignment for this week. I'm going to go out. I'm going to get the camera off of here because I need to order a case for it anyway. So it's going to be moved anyway. I'm going to take the corner camera, and I'm going to go drive through the brand new roundabout they just got done building in the last 6 months. This used to be a simple veer-off intersection that turned into a roundabout.
Yeah. That's kid you not. That's what they're doing now.
If I'd known what my future was going to hold, I would have stayed in the Delta Quadrant.
Too true.
Catherine Janeway. Book him for indecent exposure, assault with a deadly weapon, and I think I love you, Sarge.
That's fucking right now.
Happy Valentine's Day!
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh.
That's ingenious. Love it. Good old Wile E. Coyote.
Oh. I wouldn't like that hanging out the back of my car, like. Holy shit.
Well, you could have this car.
God. That's totally corrosion to a new level, that one, like, isn't it?
That's a standard pickup truck in Cleveland.
Holy shit. How is that actually legally on the road?
Because in Ohio, they don't have these ridiculous laws like they have here. As long as the compartment where you sit in is sealed up, you could have a car like that.
Wow. You get shot with shit over here if you drove something like that on the road.
Oh, yeah. In Pennsylvania, that would never pass inspection. You can't have more than, a penny-sized hole in your car. How many of you recognize these two blokes?
Oh, Grizzly Adams.
Yes.
I used to love watching that.
I used to love watching that in the 70s.
It was such a hard pulling thing when it was like, it was so sad when it was a bit like Highway to Heaven, and oh god, that was even worse.
Ben.
Gee, Adam.
This is why my wife wants to die being mauled by a bear. Because she thinks all bears should be like Ben was in this series. Gentle Ben.
Gentle Ben. Well, you'd not be so gentle if she gets mauled to death by him, like.
She said it'd be worth it to cuddle a bear one time. A real bear. And this is what would happen if the legislation required signs actually represent what it's like to use the facilities.
Oh, God. Well, it is. It's
Especially where my wife's concerned.
Who was Steve? Never?
She waits and waits until she can't hold it no more. Then it has to stop 3 times along the way to the water closet because, well, I waited too long. I want to piss my pants. I thought this was interesting. Ready? The average human walks 900 miles per year. All right? Wow. And drinks 22 gallons of coffee. So me being a math junkie goes, well, that means that the average human gets 41 miles per gallon.
That's damn good going, that, like.
The figures and the mileage rates drop significantly when your main consumption is beer.
Oh, without a doubt.
We're not as efficient with alcohol as we are with coffee.
Well, here's
how many of you remember these?
Oh, the Kodak Instamatic cameras, way high. Them flashes, oh God! I mean, look, remember them flashes? Was there any need? Oh wait,
I still had those. I still have that camera, but you can't buy flashes for them anymore.
Holy fuck!
Remember Red Fox, Sanford and Sons? Red Fox has a wonderful statement we should have all learned from. No matter how good or bad your life is, wake up each morning and be thankful that you still have one.
He does look familiar, that dog guy there. Like, it looks very familiar.
Sanford and Sons. Wonderful series.
Can't say I've ever seen it, but he looks familiar.
Did you ever get a Heath kit? Or was it something you always wanted to buy when you were young? Be able to build your own electronic stuff? Ordered it as a kit and had to build it yourself.
Oh, fuck no, they didn't trust us for that shit.
I always wanted to have a Heath kit. They sold everything from TVs to oscilloscopes, stereos, amplifiers, tape decks. You build it yourself. It came as a kit, unassembled.
I mean, the nearest thing I come to that with stereos was buying separate decks, separate amps, separate tuners, separate that. And you build your own kind of system. But that was the closest I come ever building anything.
Yeah, Radio Shack actually sold electronics. You could fix your own stuff if you knew what you were doing. Now we moved to a disposable society and you can't find a Radio Shack to save your life. Here's one for your wife.
I like that. Just buried. Love it.
I remember doing this every year when you went off to school.
We used to use leftover rolls of wallpaper. We used to wrap our books in old rolls of wallpaper.
For us, it was always shopping bags, brown paper bags that you would cut up and make book covers every single year for school. And I used to love it because, you could sit there and, doodle on the outside of it. And
wallpaper for us, because if your mother only had something with flowers on it, you got ripped to bits when you went to school.
And I figured out what is the cause of global warming.
Yeah, your big graphics card you're going to stick in your PC. Holy moly.
It's the cause of global warming. All these graphics cards.
I wouldn't have thought so. Like,
there you go.
Wow.
I'll just let you ponder that for a while. Try and figure out what the fuck it is.
I don't think it looks too bad on first glance, but now, like, when you look and think, what the fuck have they done with that? They put a flatbed on the back end of a van, pretty much.
They took a pickup truck and they took a van and they extended the pickup truck frame and then put the back of the van as part of the cab.
Holy fucking holy, man. It doesn't look as bad as some of the ones we've seen, I can give you that. At least they've got a nice paint job.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Whether it's
a little bit of education for your brain to think about. Dutch trains run entirely on wind. For those of you naysayers out there that say green energy is not possible, the Dutch have figured out how to take their train system and completely run it on renewable energy. One windmill running for 1 hour can power a train for 120 miles. And around 5,500 trips are facilitated every single day using windmills. The system allows for 600,000 passengers to commute daily with 0 emissions.
When I worked out there, you could set your watch by that train. There was never ever a late train. You could set your watch by it. Everything was bang on time.
I remember when I visited Hungary and, we were riding the trams and stuff that they had there, and it's just like, it's night and day compared to what the public transportation systems are here in the United States. Night and day. Everything else in Europe was 10 to 20 years behind the United States, except for public transport.
Yeah. Oh, we nailed that. Definitely. Well, not so much.
And ladies, I did not forget about you. I do also have a beautiful floor mat rug that we need to all go out and buy for all the ladies in our life. Reminding you when you leave the house to turn off your straightener. And since it's not all peaches and cream, let me remind you what Gordon Ramsay has to say about the topic. Your chicken is so rubbery, Goodyear called and asked for the recipe.
That's just typical Gordon Ramsay, isn't it? Oh, God.
What? The basket that Moses floated down the river in? It's got some water damage, bro. The best I can give you is $10 for a piece of history.
Jesus Christ. Oh, dear me, man.
And the classic saying, it's 106 miles to Chicago. We've got a full tank of gas, half pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Brilliant film. Brilliant film.
What is it with you in the UK?
Off to pub. That's class. I want that, Reg.
Talk about a number plate.
That's awesome.
And for those of you that were offended today, sorry you misinterpreted my brilliant jokes as horribly offensive.
I love them. Them, for me, cards are brilliant.
Be sure to come back next week for more offensive humor.
I see one of them, right, and the quote is just fantastic. It's like somebody like that kind of picture holding the glass up, and the quote is, "You cannot fathom the immensity of the fucks I do not give." It is. It is absolute quality. I love it.
Have I done the review for the Wasp Nano RDA? I have it right here. It's been recorded. I'm working my way through putting different coils in it because the ones that originally came with it had an off nose and off taste that diminished but never totally went away. So now, this weekend, I'm going to be putting different coils in it and then actually give it its fair shake.
It is a good little RTA. I'll definitely say it's a good crap. The Wasp Nanos have always been pretty good.
It's a flavor banger. There's no question about that. But that's the problem.
Definitely a flavour bang. I like. If you like the flavours, no doubt.
Oh, especially when you take and you put.
Oh yes. Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll tell you this, I'll put my order in now for that.
That is fucking delicious. It's not just delicious. It is absolutely astronomical.
It's awesome, isn't it? Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it, mate.
I definitely need to make that as a commercial e-liquid.
That's why I've definitely saved this last bit for me dripper. I could put it in a tank.
Amazing.
I could put it in a tank, but it'll go too quick, and I don't want it to empty. I don't want it to end. It's so good.
I know the feeling, but I'm out of the orange. I'm out of the pineapple. I can't make any more.
You've got 10 months.
Yes, I do have round wire that I've made coils for, and a lot of the mouth to lung stuff. Dimitri's right. Simple round wire is the best for mouth to lung tanks. My Arbiter Solo, I've tried a bunch of different, Clapton coils in there, fused Claptons, but round wire is just fantastic.
It's because it doesn't need as much heat as what you call a bigger, chunkier coil, does it? It just heats up quicker.
I've got some ribbon.
I've got ribbon.
I want a Clapton ribbon and see what it tastes like.
I've done it before. They're actually quite nice. I mean, I've got some here. I've actually made neat coils out of it. Yeah, I've got some 20 gauge stainless ribbon wire. Just that on its own. I mean, it's stainless steel as well. I mean, I don't know how well you can see that, but unless I can, hang on. Unless I can go, there you go, that might be a bit better because this one's there. So, I think that is.
Not too shabby.
It's stainless as well, so wow. But there you go, yeah, that's what we got where we're there. But it's flat wire, 20 gauge, stainless steel. By does this ramp up quick as well, especially in an RDA. Oh, does it not? Awesome.
I'm definitely going to be doing some changes this year to the show. We're going to actually have some episodes where we just ignore the news and focus on a segment just for crafting our own coils. Got this beautiful jig behind me set up and ready to go. I'm going to order the actual other coiler tool that has the interchangeable bits in it. I'm going to place an order from the coil factory for that. And we're going to build some of our own coils this year.
Why not?
We'll take an hour and just, instead of pay attention to the crap news that's out there that we really have little control over anyway. And we'll spend some time making some coils. Maybe I'll even put up a custom playlist. We'll do like an 80s playlist or something. Can't play any, 80s hair band, but I can play their music. Or the music that's in the same style.
The question to Abe Bastard, I think I actually got it online, so I think I just did a search. I can't remember because I've had it a while. My local vape shop used to stock it, but they're no longer with us now. His dad sold the business. They used to get it in. But I think it's who makes it. I can't remember who makes it. What was the brand again? Just to give you some info, the brand is, it's Flatwire UK. It's a UK company. So that's who it is. It's Flatwire UK. So just Google them up. You may be able to get something from them wherever you are in the world.
Let's see, my last order for coils.
But at the end of the day, it's very, very, very low resistance. Very low resistance when you make them.
Got a bunch of their stuff. I ordered all their stainless stuff when it was going on clearance. And I actually ordered from the same place that makes the coils. I got some wire from them. NNK. I love it.
I haven't really ordered any coil. I just buy spools of wire and make me arm. I mean, the last, just to give you an idea, right? I mean, the last real wire I bought was that one. Is a Tri-Core Fuse Clapton.
Tofu makes some decent stuff, yeah.
I've had this a year, and there's still loads on it. Had it almost a year, and there's still plenty there.
And then if you want some simple coils that are pre-made ready to go for you, even for mouth to lung ones, BP Mods makes 3 different Clapton coils, and I truly love how intricate and how good these things taste.
I mean, to be honest, I am pretty much a Clapton kind of guy. But I haven't bought them. See, that's what I'm saying. You just buy it, but I haven't bought any aliens. I used to like alien wire, but I haven't seen that for a long time. Definitely need to get some more alien. I like alien coils. They're quite nice.
And here's something else I want to play with more this year. How about some mesh?
Yeah,
we can cut our own mesh.
Yeah.
You don't have to buy the one specific to your tank. You can just buy mesh. You know what the dimensions are. You can cut them out yourself. They cut with scissors just fine.
Yeah, I've seen them. But again, you know, when you make your coils, if you look after them, they last for months. You know, just every time.
Yeah, but it's getting harder and harder to find.
You know what I mean? Just keep them clean and just clean them every time you re-wick, and your coils will last a canny bit. I mean, when did you send me that Arbiter? Christmas. When did you send me that?
Yep, Christmas.
I've still got the same coils in it. Still got the same coils in it. I haven't changed my coils yet. Still the same. Just clean them every time I re-wick. Try the same coils in. Never recoil it yet. Re-wick it. That's where it. Clean your coils, dry, burn them, get the crap off. I'm seeing them will last you for the rest of your life, them, man.
A box of 100 was like $23. You Google it, you can find it.
You'll never last you the rest of your life, pretty much.
I got 2 boxes. That's 200 coils.
Exactly. Do the math, you know what I mean? Get 4 months out of one set, you know what I mean? Jesus.
Yeah, I forget how many I sent you. 6, 8, 10, something like that.
A handful of them. They're quite nice coils. That's what's in there. What's in the Arbiter. Never changed them yet. Still the same ones. Lovely coils. Lovely. Flavour of them is phenomenal.
With Tofu Clapton mesh, it gives you a warmer vape and a rebuildable mesh tank. I love my Steam Crave ones, especially when you get the big ones like the Titan.
I think that was the thing when mesh first came out with rebuildables. You couldn't get the heat. They were all very low wattage, weren't they? Like 40, 50, maybe 60 watts at a push. But now you can get them like 80, 90 watts easy all day. And obviously with the Titan, well, you can even push them further because they're dual mesh, aren't they?
Yep. Now with the dual mesh, you got to make sure that both of the mesh are exactly the same size so they have the same resistance.
Oh, yes.
But it is so easy to get bang and flavor out of that tank because of the dual mesh.
Oh, it makes a hell of a difference. Like, I've still got the mesh. The fact now them mesh coils were built that time. I've still got the same coils on that. Still the same ones. That's still mesh. That's still the same mesh tank. And
William Dobson says I got 2 packs of Muji cotton on sale, £3 a pack, 300 pads. Got 4 packs.
I've still got mine. I've had it 2 years.
Yeah, same with me with the Muji pads that I got. And then
2 years.
I don't know where they're at over there. You sent me a little spool of it. Sent me a yard of it. I've got 3 boxes of this.
Oh,
I originally bought those to do a comparison on what's the best wicking material for vaping, and quite honestly, there was very little difference between all of them. Between the Muji, between the
Cellucotton.
Cellucotton, yes.
That's it.
Fantastic.
It's all right. I find it quite nice as well.
And I sent you a spool. I picked those up on Amazon a long time ago. The Japanese organic cotton. Those look wonderfully. Same material that your Muji pads are made from.
That's what they are. They're pretty much Muji in a rather than the strip. It's already done for you, isn't it? Rather than the cut pads. It lasts you forever, man. You know what I mean? It lasts for ages, man.
Well, sir, retro vape or random recipe?
I can't wait to see that retro vape. I'm very interested in that mod you've got. Very interested.
A long time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, Tesla e-cigs made a military-style P226 kit. Beautiful. And I found some killer custard blueberry I haven't touched yet. And we've got the spoonful for us to try out that I really love. Fruit Loop cereal. So we get a choice between those two today to try out. Let you guys pick that. But it's time for us to get this Tesla e-cig kit unboxed. What are we going to find? I'm going to be careful because of the barcodes on the back. Can't get over how thick the plastic used to be on these packaging compared to the stuff they have nowadays. P226 from Tesla e-cigs. Battery safety card. The Tino tank. Interesting. Spare O-rings. Look, even the mod is wrapped in plastic.
Sorry, but when you gotta go, you gotta go. Ooh, that's a pretty colour. I like that colour.
It's a nice flat red, an anodized red look to it.
Oh, it's nice, that, isn't it?
I was hoping this was going to be a rubber on here, but it's actually just plastic.
Oh.
But I love the feel of this button. It's clicky, but it's also got that rubber tactile feel to it. It's not like, you know, this J-Bo where it's just legit, you know, a significant resistance click. This one has some give to it when you first squeeze it. And it's got that beautiful rubberized finish on it, unlike this side. And it's so silent.
Nice looking bottle, isn't it?
No springness to the lid on there, just a slide lock.
Positive and negative are nicely marked.
Yeah. I wish the sleeves would have been white though, so it would reflect the light into there. Having black sleeves for it, like, absorbs the light as it goes down in. But it is nicely marked.
I really like the look of it. That red's gorgeous.
I love the way the batteries fit in there. It's got a little bit of room to it. No sloppiness or play to it. Nice, simple display. You can see the refresh rate on that screen in the camera. No atomizer. 3 clicks. 5 clicks, turn it off. Tesla E6. So fast goes up by 1 watt increments to 220 round robins.
That rattles along, doesn't it? Lies.
And half watt increments. Is all they let you do. How about the tank? What's the tank look like in this?
I haven't got a problem with half what implements, so I think it's all right.
The Tino tank. Beautiful polished stainless steel. Nice standard drip tip.
Looks nice and clean, like, doesn't it? It's a nice, clean looking tank.
810 drip tip adapter. Unscrew that. There's the coil on the bottom there. That was tight. No rings. Make sure you keep them in place on the end of the threads. Here's the coil. 0.18 ohms, 70 to 80 watts. Nice mesh. All right, so the question of the day is, which one are we going to lube this up with?
Oh. Well, you see, you've been vaping on the Cheerios, so I think you should go for the custard.
Killer custard? Blueberry?
Yeah.
This is an old bottle. Good old Vape-tasia. Look at that.
Holy moly. That one already sauced up as well, is it?
Yes.
Didn't say that much now. But then again, I know I've converted you to custards, like, but I don't know. It's kind of tank dependent because, like you say, some tanks like fruits, some tanks like custards, you know, some tanks don't like either or, don't they?
Well, the question is, how's this top open? Is it a slider or is it a screw top?
Now, I think that's a bit odd, seeing like you've had to unscrew the top to get the coil out. So is there a chance of that coming apart when you unscrew the top to fill it?
And look, doesn't fit inside there.
Oh. So it's a TESL.
Tesla Sig.
Tesla Sig. What model is it?
The P226 kit.
P226.
And the tank is the Tino. Tinned? T-I-N-D? She's a looker.
See, it's kind of got that military style look to it. That's because there's a guy who's done one. It's in green. It's like a military green. It looks very military.
And a spare bubble glass. Both of them are bubble glass. How about the cable? Charge cable that comes with it? Oh, it's one of them braided ones.
The coil available is called the Atom. Atom is the TSX3. That's your coils. Good cloud maker. They're calling it the Atom. Is it not called the Atom? They're saying the P22 is also called the Atom. Yeah.
So you have Tesla e-cigs there. And that's the tinned tank.
You're talking 2020. 4-year-old. Well, I'm just here to see if it's still for sale anyway. Some sites have still got it on sale for $60. Fucking hell.
So it looks like we've got temperature control mode in here for stainless steel, gold, titanium, CO.
It's got TCR mode, which is your curves. Taste mode, you've got normal, soft, and hard. 3 memory functions, M1, M2, and M3.
Mm-hmm. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 languages.
Fucking hell.
Not intended for use by children. Here's your plain packaging, mate. Here's my packaging the way I want it.
There's not many of them above for sale at this moment. I think it was one US site had it.
New coil, 0.2 ohms. 3 clicks. There's the memory settings you were just talking about.
The site that's got it on, it's still going for about $60. The sites that actually sell it. There's no UK sites for it at the moment.
Hardware, software version. Canthal, stainless steel 316, TCR curves, titanium, NI 200. It's nothing super fancy.
It's a nice looking kit though. It's a nice looking piece of kit.
And I do like the fact that it's very unique to find one that's got a matte finish on it. A pure, straight up anodized finish.
Yeah, it looks really good. I like the look of it. It looks really nice. Looks comfy as well.
It is. Very comfortable in the hand. That's only 55 watts. She's a cloud sucker.
How's the airflow? Is it airy? Is it airy for you? What's the airflow like?
It has a hint of restriction. Actually, a little bit more restriction than the one we did last week on the Tinker. They're very, very close.
The flavour's got to be decent of it, surely, with it being a mesh coil. It's got to be half decent flavour.
And this, for being probably 4 years old now, it's not bad. It's not what I expected it. It's not what I expected. The blueberry in this one is different than a lot of the other blueberries I am. You can definitely tell it's there. The custard, on the other hand, is lacking any real sweetness to it. I get that flavor and that sensation on my tongue like I was vaping a custard, but I don't get like that creaminess aspect to the custard.
It might just be the plain vanilla custard. That's what we think, just the plain vanilla one, not the cream.
And I do kind of get that sensation of that vanilla when you've potented it out for, like, made it really punchy and then let it sit for 4 years. Yeah. I've noticed that in a couple of the other older DIYs that I originally mixed up. Didn't really fancy them when I made them, and then I let them sit for a while, and they were really good for a while. And then I put them away. I'm like, this isn't like my cup of tea. I've got other way better choices to pick from. And I set them aside, and I come back to it 2 years later, and it's like that same kind of muddled, subdued flavor.
It's kind of lost its punch, basically.
Yeah. But I mean, I bought that as a clearance item, so it was already old when I bought it. So God only knows how old the actual e-liquid is on it. There's nothing wrong with it. But it definitely needs some sweetness.
Get the old super sweet out, man. A couple of drops in the bottle, you'll be sounds a pound.
That's all. That's all it's gonna need. Matter of fact, let's jury rig this one up. See if I can get just one drop in this bottle. One bottle in this tank, I mean. That's gonna make it really sweet.
Oh God, I didn't put more than one.
One per tank, though. The threads on it are immaculate. There's no problem with the threading on it. Very good point. If you're going to buy outdated e-liquid, buy the 0 milligram. Flavor will be right there. When you nick it up, that's when it starts to degrade. Because of the light and the interactions with the nick in it.
Yeah, it's a nick that does the damage.
And with that sweetness in there from the super sweet, that one drop is all it took for that tank to actually taste like it's supposed to. For being old.
The magic of super sweet, man. I love that stuff, mate. I love it. It's amazing how that stuff can transform a juice. Unbelievable.
Trying to determine like what percentage is the flavoring in here, comparing it to the DIY stuff I've made. I had a swig of the coffee and I went to this, and it's taking a little while to get that flavor.
Yeah.
And it's mainly custard now that I've had the coffee to cleanse my palate.
Yeah. I kind of found that with the older juices, like to see how it's this custard, but the flavor kind of.
Yeah, the flavor kind of fizzles out. The blueberry's now taking a back seat. Custard's forefront with that extra sweetness in there. But I can definitely feel the nick in there.
I bet you can.
Well, you also have to take into consideration everything I'm testing right now. I've been using this Frusion Juice Company at 3. So that's a 6.
Exactly.
I'm gonna feel it. Now the flavor on this Frusion, the clementine citrus mango, punches right through. It punched through the coffee. It punched through this blueberry custard. Definitely forefront on a fresh juice. Modern juices are better than the older ones. And that's why I wish the FDA would have just simply left it alone. The requirement to have PMTA halts development of that product. That product is going to be the same forever unless the company quietly changes the recipe in the background. But then you could be like Amazon and set yourself up for a lawsuit, changing terms without notifying your customers.
Yeah.
All it would take is one employee to run their mouth. Hey man, they changed their formula. They're no longer using the same formula. That would void your PMTA if you ever got one, and prevents you from using the new flavorings that are available now that are safer, healthier, and require less of it to be in the product. They're literally trying to cripple every aspect of vaping possible.
No doubt. Oh.
Hold on.
White grape and sweet tangerine.
I'm going to make you a mod, sir. So you can drop the link into chat for that recipe. And if I don't have the ingredients for it, I'll order it and make that recipe.
That sounds nice. A white grape. I've never seen anybody use a white grape. It's always a red grape.
I've got white grape flavoring here. And I'm curious to see what tangerine he's using.
Oh, yeah.
All right, sir. Drop your recipe link in the chat, and like I said, I'll check and see if I have the stuff for it. If I don't, I will order what I need, and we'll mix that up. I definitely love trying all new flavors. That is one thing that I've pulled myself out of the shell. When I first got doing this, I was mixing other people's recipes, but I was afraid to try things that I normally wouldn't eat or wouldn't like, and just favor the things that I know I'd like. Or I'd see a recipe and go, well, that one ingredient that has a flavor, like we did with tobacco. Darren came on from Flavors and he's like, try this, try this, try this. And I'm not talking about like the musk. I'm talking about like the one recipe that was all tobacco. And I'm like, I don't want tobacco vape. But then I mixed it up and I'm like, oh, it added more than what I would have thought would have been a tobacco. It's got some caramel and some roasted notes to it. And it's just, it adds a complexity to the recipe that I just would have never thought of trying when I first started vaping.
I think that's there's a lot of misunderstanding when people say tobacco. They think it's just it's going to taste like cigarettes. It's totally the opposite. Yeah, there is a tobacco leaf flavor, but obviously you can get with salted caramels. It's the flavors that add to it that gives it. It's not like a cigarette. Like we think that's a tobacco. It's going to taste like a fag. It doesn't.
I'm gonna give this one to my wife and see if she likes it. This isn't something that I want to vape all the time.
Well, that juice. Oh, man. Maybe we didn't do it just by putting an old juice in the tank. Maybe we haven't done the tank a bit of justice with that one.
The tank is good. It's giving me plenty of flavor, plenty of clouds. It is definitely a cloud chasing, tank capability. Because like I said, I'm only running at 50 watts. And the coil is rated much higher. But I don't want to nick butts. Don't need it.
Oh. The custards, you've got to run them warm.
That's true. To wake up the custard. I never thought about that aspect of it. You're 100% right. It does change the flavor. 65 watts, an extra 15 watts. It's awakening both the fruit and the custard. And mods, from a couple years back were underpowered. So go up another 5. Now I'm starting to get the warmth from it. The sweetness is even more potent than what it was originally. But there is something about this mod that I do not care for. When I let go of the button, I set it on my desk, I can hear the cotton in there still singeing away.
That's odd. Oh.
So let's create this recipe.
Really? Ooh. Vic's just done a video of short pills getting banned in the UK. Come on.
He's using Flavor Art 5. Sweet Tangerine from Capella is a 3. And 2% super sweet. That is really sweet at 2%.
Ooh.
And that's it. Save that. So Flavor Art White Grape is what I'm missing. That'll go in my next order. And 70-30 is, I believe, what I had it at. Yeah, 70-30.
looks like Vic's done the video and it's called the short pill, long pill loophole is closed. So what that would be about, I'll have a look at that later on.
Well, let's check it out now.
Don't say they're going to ban that shit.
Automate is a really good show because you can really...
Fuck you, Karen. Yeah, moving on. Restricting vape packaging and presentation. Yeah, option 3, prohibiting the use of all imagery and colouring and branding. In other words, standard...
Hold on. I want to make sure I'm not blowing your ears away. Turn the gain off. Yeah, it was only 4 decibels.
Standardising packaging for both the vape packaging and the vape device. 46.1%, the majority winner of that. Yeah, goes in. All right, here we go with the government response. So if we go down here, we keep going down, There's another one down here, which is basically the government response at the very end of what they are entailing to do next. If I can find it, where are we here? It is there. Summary of next steps. After considering the responses to this consultation, the UK government will work with the devolved administrations to bring forward legislation. The UK government and devolved administrations will work together to ensure...
Did you see this? Look at that.
He just made a video half an hour ago, so I've never seen it.
Restrict vape flavors. What we were fearing the whole time. Just what you were asking for. Restrict how they're displayed in the stores. Restrict packaging and product presentations. Apply the above restrictions to non-nicotine products.
As far as possible that recommendations and actions are adopted in a consistent manner across the UK to ensure regulatory alignment. A restored Northern Ireland Executive and Assembly will need to make decisions on any policies within devolved competence. To create the first smoke-free generation, the UK government will legislate to make it an offence for anyone born on or after the 1st of January 2009 to be sold tobacco products, prohibit proxy sales in line with the change in age of sale legislation, include all tobacco products, herbal smoking products and cigarette papers in scope, require warning notices in retail premises to read it is illegal to sell tobacco products to anyone born on or after the 1st of January 2009 when the smoke-free legislation comes into effect. Here we go. To tackle
rolling prohibition.
And all this because of so-called fucking youth vaping, man. Hobby.
Listen, if they were simply restricting access to combustible tobacco, I'd be 100% for it. But reality needs to set in for these people when 10 years after this law goes into play and they've been buying it on the black market, because you're not going to eliminate the black market in 10 years. People need an off-ramp from the tobacco highway.
Definitely.
Need to leave the vapes alone.
the rise in youth vaping, the UK government will take powers to make regulations too. To now read this, the UK government will take powers to make regulations too, which means this is already on the books. They're already going to do it. Number 1, restrict vape flavours. Number 2, restrict how vapes are displayed in stores. Number 3, restrict packaging and product presentation for vapes. Number 4, apply the above restrictions to non-nicotine vapes and other consumer nicotine products such as nicotine pouches. So all you juice manufacturers who are out there saying that short fills will not be touched because there's no nicotine, number 4 wipes out your argument.
This is exactly what I've been warning you guys about. Don't rest on your laurels, because it's a matter of time before they come after you the way that they did in the United States and the way they're doing in Australia.
Wow.
Think of all the pensioners waiting outside shops. Think of all the pensioners that won't be able to afford this and are going to go back to smoking cigarettes. There will be no smoke-free 2030 if they implement these laws.
No way. Never.
They've shot themselves in the foot.
Big style.
Wipes it out. Apply the above restrictions to non-nicotine vapes. Short fills, long fills, all under the same regulation now. All of them are under the same regulation. So if a flavour ban does get introduced, the escape plan that some e-liquid manufacturers were thinking about.
How about the vape reviewer down in Australia that has an escape plan right now moving to the UK?
If you're thinking twice now.
Bogan's moving to the UK so that he can keep developing these products. And the UK has just shot him in the head.
Pretty much.
Wow. Of saying, well, it doesn't include us because our juices don't contain nicotine. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter because they've just closed that loophole. That loophole was closed yesterday. Apply the above restrictions to non-nicotine vapes. Your loophole is closed. Gone. You have no escape. Maybe now you'll actually fucking do something. Probably not, though.
I wonder if they're going to be like the vape manufacturers here in the States.
Reading.
Vapetasia said, you know, we're here for the vaping community. We're here to build these products and our services so that you can stay off of combustible cigarettes. And then the PMTA came in and they had a lawyer that actually told them the way it is and what they could expect in the future and asked them, are you willing to gamble everything you've built up? Or are you going to bail now? And what did they do? They bailed. Like hundreds and hundreds of other manufacturers here in the States bailed when the PMTA went in. And I can understand if they would have stuck with it now, most of them would have ran out of money already. There's only 2 or 3 companies that are big enough to sustain the lawsuit that's going to be required for their products to become legalized here in the States. And then are they going to become sellouts and sell everything to big tobacco? So tobacco control can get their self-fulfilling prophecy?
The UK government intends these measures to be taken forward in secondary legislation, which will be subject to further consultation. The UK government thinks there is a strong case to take action to reduce the affordability of vapes and is continuing to consider options, including a new duty to achieve this.
A new duty, a new tax. To make the pensioner have to pay more for the harm reduction product than for the product that's going to kill him and has been proven to kill him for decades.
Wow. I'm fucking blown away by that. Like,
they've essentially blown the off-ramp from the combustible tobacco highway off the face of the earth. If they implement these rules, that's what it's going to do. There's no question about it.
Remember what I was talking about in the previous video? That woman, Cheeseman, Helen something Cheeseman, she was talking about tax. She was talking about minimum pricing restrictions. It looks like the government's actually taking her advice now. Yeah. So essentially, people, even though there has been a slight shift in one or two of the options here, a slight shift in our favour, the breakdown of this is simple. The government's going ahead with it. They're going ahead with it. They're already going to introduce legislation on the table, subject to a second consultation. And this second consultation is going to affect your short fills. It's going to affect your long fills. Doesn't matter, because if it's a non-nicotine vape, it's going to be included in this. Doesn't matter. Especially the short fills, because short fills generally come like this, all ready to just dump the nicotine into it. This is going to be affected as well. They've closed that loophole, folks. The loophole's gone. It's gone. So as UK VIA sit on their collective asses with their thumbs up their ass, as other trade groups are getting together planning things, this is what the government's now doing. This is what the government now has announced. This is what is going to happen.
Did you ever think this was going to come out of the UK?
Never. Not in a million years. I'm actually quite gobsmacked by that, like. Absolutely fucking gobsmacked. So what you think about, right?
Welcome to Hunky V, your source for computer and OBS information. Because it's against the law for me to talk to you about what I use to stop smoking.
The ironic thing is, right, if the UK were the figurehead of vaping, and they're going to do all this, what's it going to do with the rest of the world? They're not going to give any about, our advice is going to be shit now, isn't it? They're not going to take no notice of us.
You've slid down into second place. New Zealand is now in first place. Unquestionably. And Philippines is right alongside New Zealand, because they legalized and legislated vaping as the harm reduction product, not as another tobacco product. You went from first to third. Congratulations.
Bullshit, isn't it? Wow.
Everyone in the e-liquid industry should be very, very worried right now. Very worried right now, because it looks as if the UK government already know some of the loopholes that need to be closed, because they've already closed one of the biggest ones out there. They are now classing and naming this as a non-nicotine vape, which means this is being included along with all the other short fills, all the other long fills, into the current legislation package. There is...
You remember when he first brought this video up and he kept talking about flavor bans? Everybody's like, nah, that ain't gonna apply. That's just for disposables. No, they're banning the disposables. Well, that's just gonna be for the corner shops, so that the corner shops can't sell you a pod kit with a fucking flavor that's gonna be attractive to kids. Because we need to watch out for the packaging, because, then we're gonna watch displays. So the vape shops will be able to still keep selling everything. Not what if this legislation goes through. They're not.
Fucked. Well and truly fucked.
There's no escape from this. There is no escape from this. Yup. Ages ago. Fucking ages ago. I basically said that what's more than likely going to happen is the UK government are going to be finding ways to essentially close down the loopholes which punched holes into the TRPR. And let's face it, the short fill and long fill stuff that went on punched massive holes through the TRPR. Well, that...
More than just massive holes. It was like there wasn't even a wall there.
No. It didn't exist.
I mean, common sense will tell you. But my question is, why hasn't there been a single company that was willing to sell you unflavored e-liquid? Nicked up, ready to go. Unflavored. And then you could have companies that would sell you flavor shots. See, there would be no profit in that, because you wouldn't have 30 lines of e-liquid. You would have one line, and whatever you sold is what you sold.
It's ironic.
Those holes are being closed.
It's ironic
Right
when
now.
TP came out. You know what I mean? Everybody was up in uproar and acted. But this time, nobody seems to be doing anything. Nobody seems to be doing anything.
Because it's so unbelievable. Nobody in their right mind ever thought the UK would clamp down on vaping like this.
No.
Nobody. Except me. I was the only crazy bastard jumping up and down week after week after week since I started vaping to go, you're not immune to this. But nobody wants to listen. Nobody wants to become an advocate.
The question is why? Why is this getting so much shit?
So there's a suitcase somewhere nobody knows about.
Gotta be. Gotta be.
I don't know, because nobody ever tried.
I'm interested to see who does actually fucking come out fighting for this, because like you said, the so-called UK fucking groups that are fucking supposed to be fighting this shit are doing fucking jack shit at the minute, absolutely nothing.
And the thing is, the unflavored e-liquid would be the easiest to get through PMTA because that has the least researched stuff completely omitted from what you're selling. We have research on PG going all the way back to the 30s and 40s. Vegetable glycerin, same way. Nicotine was researched and is now sold over the counter as a spray. So the question of harmful and potentially harmful constituents, it's a moot point. It's the least harmful of everything, because it's the only question you have of safety is the flavorings. They're not made for people to inhale. They're made for you to ingest. And there's no science on that other than what the manufacturers do, and they keep that to themselves.
Right now, they're being closed. There's no escape. Absolutely no escape. Yeah.
Mark
all
Sweeney,
you juice
hello and
manufacturers out there that are a member of UKVIA and a member
Money,
of the
money,
IBVTA, you should be worried now. You should be asking questions as to why UKVIA and the IBVTA have said absolutely nothing about the updated paper from yesterday. You should be asking questions why UKVIA, the IBVTA and the NNA were not at the public consultation video that I showed in the previous one. You should be asking questions.
Were any of these people from the Vape Manufacturers Associations in UK at COP10 in Panama? Is that the reason why none of them are saying anything?
We weren't at that public meeting. The video we done the other day, there was none of them there at that public meeting. Not one. Not one.
It's true. It's working on here in the States. They're working on a nicotine tax. And the nicotine tax would literally take a 1 liter bottle of 100 milligram premix and move it to be taxed so that if you went to buy it after the tax, it would cost you over $5,000 for 1 liter of nicotine. I joked around about it the first time it got brought up in Congress as one of the bills that they were trying to pass, saying I've got like $30,000 worth of nicotine in my freezer in the garage. If this bill goes through,
fucking hell, mate. You could sell on the black market and make yourself a fucking killing.
Where the fuck is my money going? UKVIA? IBVTA? What the fuck are you spending it on? Because you're obviously not spending it on fucking advocacy. So where's the fuck's the money going? Where's the money going? It's the same question that Americans should have been asking CoVEZA as far back as half a decade ago, but nobody did. And all CoVEZA done was keep begging for more and more money for what is basically an email server that could cost £100 a month to run. But CoVEZA...
Yeah, well, I don't think CoVEZA actually has the kind of funds that he thinks they have. I've seen this posted numerous times across multiple social media platforms and in conversations on the email things that we belong to. And let me tell you, the amount of money that we have globally being spent on advocacy is less than the average income made by one person of modest means.
I think the point is, those people that are donating money, where's it fucking going? Because you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. That's basically what he's saying. It's the same here in the
I know
UK.
what he's saying, but I honestly don't think that we're spending enough on advocacy. Consumers don't spend on advocacy.
No.
Do the manufacturers spend on advocacy? I know here in the States, the vape shops are all arguing with each other when they try to talk about advocacy. This person doesn't, like you and I were arguing earlier about, packaging. What's the point in the packaging? Giving into the restrictions on the packaging isn't going to solve the problem, and it isn't going to make these antis stop with their campaigns.
So basically, the fucking underage vaping philosophy is just a load of shit, just like it was in America. They just use now as a fucking excuse to fucking strangle the fucking industry, basically. Because the underage
How do I ensure what?
How do you ensure what?
I know for a fact that there's not enough money being spent on advocacy, and I know for a fact that the antis are literally spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in every country to plaster their message in there and to foster their agenda for prohibition.
It's fucking bullshit, man. No, but the thing is that you see...
How would I ensure my Nick? That's a good question. I never thought about insuring it. The house burns down to the ground, I'm out. I can't see the insurance company writing me a check for $30,000 worth of nicotine.
You had to build a shed. You had to build a shed with a refrigerator in it, mate. You had to stick it outside.
I was raking in tens of thousands. What good was CoVEZA? Well, in the end, fuck all good. And it looks as if we're heading down the same fucking path with the UKVIA and the IBVTA. All you trade organisations out there that's a member of these two trade bodies, I would be asking serious questions right now, especially if you're a juice manufacturer.
Okay, well, what good is that going to fucking do? Hindsight's 2020. Are you basically saying that you've given up already? Is that what he's essentially saying? The writing's on the wall, so I guess we're just going to have to take it hook, line, and sinker? Instead of sitting there bitching about CoVEZA and bitching about the IBVTA and all this other stuff, how about you rile up your followers to actually get a hold of their MPs and stop this from becoming law?
He's got 70k plus followers, hasn't he?
Now's the time for every single one of you watching me to get a hold of your MP. Because if you don't, I will be gone. Well, I won't be gone, but I won't be able to talk to you about this anymore because it's going to become illegal.
It's kind of like mind-boggling. Like, the UK, right? One smoke-free Britain. by whatever, but we're going to ban the one thing that gets people off cigarettes. Pretty much. Wow. It's just...
It's baffling.
Yes. So, okay, you fuck vaping up. I was going back to cigarettes. Do you really think you're going to fucking have... Do you think people buying cigarettes after 20... Well, that's not going to fucking work. Bullshit. Fuck you. You know what I'll do? Now what I'll do, just don't be being just to be a fucking twat, right? They banned all the vaping shit, right? Now I went back to smoking, right? And somebody born after 2009 said to me, "We buy us a pack of cigarettes." I charge the cunt fucking double. I'll make money out of the fucker. Just to be a twat. Why not? Fuck my life, man.
Hey, Bastard's right. Suspect most of those MPs have been paid for it.
Gotta be. The thing is, well, that's bullshit because like the MP stated law that there was a restriction on lobbying. There was a restriction. Everybody's on an even playing field. There's all the fucking, all the shit. The fucking, like you said,
Mate, there's plenty of loopholes in the politics as well as there are in vaping and everything else in the world. Perfect example. During our Super Bowl, there was an advertisement on there for Kennedy running for president. Kennedy had nothing to do with it, didn't even know that an ad was going to air during the Super Bowl. It cost $7 million for that 30-second commercial to air during the Super Bowl. Paid for by a super PAC. Now, I don't really give two farts one way or the other about it, so I didn't bother looking into who this super PAC is funded by. But it's the same in the UK. They can't give the cash directly to the MP. But when it comes time for re-election, you know, if these posters show up, re-elect this MP instead of the new fart, who's going to stop them from posting all these posters around town?
Well, the thing is, though, with the elections coming up, this is not a good fucking time for them to start doing this because we would have voted with our feet. And they're doing this, what, 8 months before elections? The Tories will definitely be voted out. They're gone, if that's what they're doing. They're gone. They're history. Everybody kind of knows that anyway. They're fucking history. They're trying to stick all the shit in before they fucking go. That's what they're doing.
As a last-ditch attempt at keeping their offices. Kind of like how, you know, people are willing to give up packaging, go with plain packaging and, you know, get rid of the colors and everything's black and white and boxes and hidden counters and stuff. Oh, well, if we do this, then they'll stop coming after us. Bullshit.
No.
There are people that did that in the States here and they just got screwed. Because guess what happened as soon as that law was passed? There was a new, even more restricted, more ridiculous law on the books for the next time they vote. They won't stop until it's completely prohibited.
Well, you've got to ask you, the big question is why? Why they're attacking vaping so vigorously? Not just in one country, like world fucking wide. Why are they fucking going for it? That begs the question, doesn't it?
Oh, let me see. Let me just jump onto Twitter real quick and check my feed. See how far down I have to scroll before I find him.
Most successful thing to stop smoking, and all of a sudden, bang, they don't want to know. Really?
Of course, first time I jump on there trying to find him, I can't find him in my feed at all.
Don't be the case, mate.
Anyway, there's a guy that I follow on Twitter all the time that did a back of the hand, back of the envelope kind of thought experiment. How much money are the people that are working in tobacco control make right now every single year. So he did a back of the hand thing, and he's sitting there looking at it, and he's like, okay, well, you know, there's a couple thousand here, a couple thousand here, everything around the country, and you add it up, and you're like, okay, well, the average professional is making, you know, $80,000 to $100,000 a year, and, you know, campaign for tobacco-free kids. The CEO is making millions and millions of dollars to be the CEO of tobacco control for kids. It's just, it staggers the mind how much money is going into tobacco control messaging. 24/7, 365, and has been that way for decades. And they just keep getting more and more funding, more and more money to ban this. Meanwhile, you look at the vape advocacy sphere, and it's less than $100,000 globally spent on vape advocacy.
The thing that's puzzling me, right? We pay a huge amount of taxes on cigarettes here in the UK, right? Say that disappears in 2034. And the kill off vaping. I mean, where they're going to recuperate them taxes? Something else will get taxed to recuperate that money.
Neil Pitts brings up, he's like, listen, will they stop flavor shots? They can't technically because, you know, you just simply say that it's for food, for cooking. That's true. For you and I that, you know DIY and have made our own stuff and, you know, can find a way to get access to these things anywhere from, you know, around the globe. But for the average person out there that doesn't even want to look into this because they'd rather have a disposable, they don't have a clue about that. If they take away their disposables, they're just going to go back to smoking cigarettes. Until you get into vaping and are willing to go buy, you know, like these kits that we're working on here or a rebuildable, you don't have a clue about any of this and how to make your own e-liquid, nor do you have any desire to. And then by the time you do realize that it's been banned, I mean, it's never going to go away. Even if the UK does go ahead and ban it and makes it like the UK and they do clamp down and stuff, there's still going to be an underground market that's going to be available for this. We'll never go back to smoking cigarettes. We've got enough to last us the rest of our life. But what about the next guy that wants to quit smoking? It's the reason we do this show every single week.
I mean, I can see it.
That'll be next.
Saying, you know, nobody can buy cigarettes from if they're bought after 2009. But I tend to want to still get the hands on fucking cigarettes. Can now? What's that going to fucking change? They've just opened the big fucking wide doors and thrown the red carpet out to the black market. With fucking bells singing and whistling on their angles.
There you go, mate.
There you go.
Those are all cartons of cigarettes.
Exactly. Black market will be rife.
Packs of cigarettes stuffed in tires. Drive across the border. Year after year. Border Force clamps down on it. They confiscate a bunch of stuff, but they're only catching 10% of what's available for sale in the country.
Exactly. They're not even scratching the surface. Not even scratching the fucking surface. Well, if you notice, this is how the media works, right? The report, when customs, out of 1 in a million chances, discovers a big haul. Yeah, customs have fucking confiscated this and all that shit. How often does that fucking happen, mate? Very rarely, innit?
And you know that they only caught one out of, 10 or 100 things that they were in port that day.
Of course I have. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the black market is run by fucking idiots. They're always thinking of new ways to smuggle, new clever ways, they're always trying to get one step ahead. It's like any criminal organization, they're always one step ahead. Do you really think that's going to fucking stop them? No way. Not a cat and fucking has a chance. Wow. I'm fucking wow. Hey.
How come it's not updating?
Now it is. It's got fuck all, dude. It's all about control. That's what it is. It's control. All the governments want fucking control and turn you into a fucking zombie. Now they'll say the zombie apocalypse is true. Not in the sense that dead bodies will come back to life. They're making the fucking civilians fucking zombies. That's the zombie apocalypse, man.
My computer hates me. And this is the best part, Mark Sweeney points out. But they can still sit there, even all the politicians out there, sitting there smoking their big fat cigars.
All right. Without a fucking doubt.
Bunch of hypocrites.
It's all bullshit, man. Why do you think, like, when it comes to like our budgets, right? They're very rarely to touch the alcohol, the VAT, because all your posh fucking stupid fucking politicians are sitting knocking back fucking whiskies and buying wines and all that shit. They're not gonna fucking tax them for themselves, are they? You know what I mean? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's like here in the States. Once I got into politics and, trying to understand what was going on and how it was happening in the background, I came across rules that were passed in Congress that lets Congress do whatever the hell they want because Congress is not subject to the laws they make for the people.
Exactly. One rule for one, another rule for others, like.
They pass laws, OSHA is supposed to be Occupational Safety and Health Administration here. So if you go to work, your business has to comply with certain safety standards. Doesn't apply if you are working for a congressman.
Now it is, right? It's like kind of what you say where we're on this world, right? We're in some kind of reset. The daughter of the day, she turns and says, now it is, Dad. She says, something is going to fucking kick off. And I really do believe something significant is going to fucking happen. Whether it be fucking war, whatever. Something is going to fucking happen. There's so much tension in world politics now between various countries. Something's going to fucking drop. Something big. And I'm starting to genuinely feel like that now. Not because of vaping, whatever, just generally.
Neil Pitts asked if Vic mentioned anything about hardware. Let's go back and let's take a look.
I think it was just juices, wasn't it?
Especially if you're a vape shop, especially if you're a whole for sweetened liquids. Shut the fuck up and actually read what the government's actually wrote. You dumb fuck. which is about half of the e-liquid manufacturers currently in the UK. They're all dumb fucks. They honestly are. Oh, my liquids don't come under that because my liquids are in a different shaped... This was one of the arguments by some idiot in a fucking Facebook group. My liquid bottles are in a different shape bottle. Are you fucking serious, dude? Serious? Short fills and long fills are now under the same jurisdiction. If there's nicotine in it or not, it doesn't fucking matter now. Doesn't matter. And I said this was going to fucking happen. Did anybody listen? Some of you did, but the majority of you didn't. Guess what? I'm right, you're wrong. 3 words. Told you so. This is what happens when people generally tend to ignore the ranty little Scotsman. But here's the thing, the ranty little Scotsman has got a nasty tendency of getting things right. And here's one classic fucking example. Your loophole is closed, people. You can now officially start panicking. As I fill up my tank with a short fill bottle that's now under the same legislative act. I don't know. I honestly don't fucking know. Things are moving so fucking fast right now. So fast. In the space of 2.5 weeks, you need to remember this, in the space of 2.5 weeks, the UK government has done a complete 180 on their stance of vaping. The UK government has decided they're going to go after flavours. The UK government has decided to ban disposables. The UK government has closed the short fill and long fill loophole. The UK government has enacted a whole host of brand new laws to do with vaping and smoking. The UK government has sent a clear message to the UK vaping industry that you are now on warning, and the UK government is going to force through, or at least have some kind of forced legislation passed through, which will lead to the final point, point number 8, a second overall public consultation. And this is where we are all heading towards.
This is also going to give you guys an opportunity to speak out.
I filled the first one. I wasn't happy with the questions, but I did kind of word it so they hear, mate, that's shit. You know what I mean?
Well, you could tell by the way that they worded the language that they were headed this way.
The wording was fucking... They're trying to catch you out. The wording was wrong. It was total shit, the wording. They were trying to catch you out with every question.
And quite honestly, after last week, I knew something was going to drop. I knew there was a ball ready to drop because when it came to the COP meeting, there was nowhere, UK was nowhere to be found.
No.
New Zealand gave a speech and Philippines gave a speech, but where was England to stand behind harm reduction?
I'll give you an example, right? That was in the news, how fucked up this fucking government is, right? Today marks the 1 year death of a child who was, she was transgender. He was transgender. He got murdered. He got stabbed 27 times, right? And this was a year anniversary. And Richie Sunak, our Prime Minister, had a cheeky little shitty comment about transgender. He actually made a horrible comment about transgenders in fucking Parliament. That's how much your fucking government compares, gives a fuck about you. He actually made and he done this in front of the fucking family of that child who got killed because they were different. Fucking honestly, governments, fuck you, they're fucking shite. Really are.
Listen, mate, even during the Tucker Carlson interview of Vladimir Putin, when they were talking about Nazis, they brought up the fact that the Canadian government had a fucking Nazi applauded in session.
That's true. That's correct. Yes, they did.
So when you get somebody that speaks out of turn and is completely anti everything that is being pushed onto society as a whole, that doesn't mean shit. Now, if it was
That's
somebody that, doesn't go by the party agenda, oh, well, they would be just like Russell Brand, chastised and demonetized and moved off the platform and voted out of office and the whole 9 yards.
Tell you, man, the whole lot is fucking horseshit. It's not just vaping, it's everything. Everything is getting fucking screwed over. Everything. There is a big, massive change coming.
And we are making a difference, but not the difference that we want to make. And just like Kenny said, the ball's going to drop, the shoe is going to drop. It's just a matter of time before they piss off enough of us at the same time that we all stand up for our rights.
And the thing is, right, and I can guarantee you, right, this UK government, that's how fucking shit they are, right? They'll allow protests for other, and I'm not being racist, I'm not being horrible, everybody's got the right to protest, right? But they've got, the protests like the Israel comment, blah, blah. But I bet you 10 to 1 there's a fucking protest against the all average man against the fucking government or this, that, or that. I bet it gets fucking banned or it gets restricted or it gets fucking horseshit.
Just like they were talking about in Canada. You can't talk about pollution and what's less polluting than other stuff.
And I can guarantee that'll happen. You can fucking guarantee.
And the reason why people don't believe that these kind of laws exist, and here's the perfect example. William Dobson says out of 3.5 million vapors in the UK, only 200,000 took part in the last questionnaire.
Exactly.
People don't give a fuck.
No, people think that other people are going to do it for them. The lazy fuckers. That's what they are. They're born idle. They think, be alright, some fucker else will fucking do it for us. No, it's just more like that now. Not in this day and age. You need to act. You need to get up your arse. You need to fucking write to whoever. You need to make your voice heard and do something about it. Otherwise, your vaping days in the UK are fucked. You're going to. You know what it is? In hindsight, I think the writing was on the wall. I think once America's fucking dominoes fell, it was just a matter of time before other countries' dominoes fell. And that's exactly how it's happening.
And here's what it boils down to. Out of 3.5 million vapors, only 200,000 took the questionnaire, so they came up with this anti-stance. Now's the time for you to learn your lesson, people. If you sit idle by and wait for somebody else to stand up, you will have no rights left. Period.
That was the big headline. There was more anti-vapors took that fucking poll than there was vapors. So there we are. They were fucked already. Wow.
Well, the same thing I've told you guys before. Stock up now. Make sure that you have enough to take care of yourself. And every chance you get to speak out, speak up and let your voice be heard.
I think if people did speak up and took that political view and said, look, you don't fucking back vape, we won't be, it'll work. But the thing is, a lot of people think other people are going to do it for them because they're too lazy to just go and fill a fucking questionnaire in. That's what the problem is. And I think that
I'm telling you, with the vaping community, it's a ticking time bomb. There's a bunch of people that advocated for a long time and they got sick and tired of it. And they got tired of spinning their wheels, spending cash. I did my taxes this year. I can't believe how many thousands of dollars I spent for this frickin' channel. And it's just a matter of time before everybody stands up. Because what's going to happen is they're going to literally clamp down all around the globe.
Yeah, with perfect example, Dr. Mendelsohn in Australia, he said, fuck it, I'm pulling out. What's the point?
Colin,
kind of
retiring.
And I do get that, because it must be so frustrating for that guy who's been banging his head against a brick wall for so many years and getting nowhere and thinking, there's a point in time you've got to just say, well, there's a fucking enough's enough, haven't you? You've got to say that, haven't you? Enough's enough. Whatever.
Yeah, but you know what? He is a doctor that tried to get into this to try and get the word out and was naive like we all were at one point in time and thought that if we simply got the truth out there, people would change their minds. And then he kept running into brick wall after brick wall after brick wall because these politicians have been fed bogus information.
problem is the people did change their mind. It's the politicians that didn't change their mind. That's the fucking issue.
Yeah, because just like this consultation, you got more anti speaking up than you do pro people.
At the end of the day, we're going to see our own destiny. If people don't act, people don't put in the consultation, people don't, you know, it's 5 minutes of your time. Your days of vaping will be fucked. It's as simple as that. Now is the chance to do something. We've done it before. We went down the political route before and we won. Why can't we do it again? Why can't we do it again?
It's an uphill battle, mate.
It's just so fucking... The thing is, in the UK, it's so annoying because it's so fucking hypocritical because they want us to be smoke-free by 20 fucking whatever, and yet they're taking the biggest fucking thing that brings people off cigarettes and fucking it over. And it's like, well, what the fuck do you expect?
Listen, here's the slow...
Never disappear.
Here's the slow payoff from Tobacco Control's misinformation campaign that they keep hoying hundreds of thousands of dollars into. When 80% of physicians don't know nicotine, how the hell do you expect the general public to get anything right about it?
Well, here's the thing, right? They're shitting on their own fucking scientists who are fucking giving them information, not just here, worldwide, on the studies they do. They're shitting on their own fucking scientists. And yet, the science for COVID, we had to follow the science for COVID, but fuck,
that only existed for what, 4 months before they've pushed the vaccine on all of us? Paul S., hello and welcome to the stream. 55-watt vapor, hello and welcome.
That's absolute horseshit. Oh, you know, we'll believe everything the science on COVID. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll make a vaccine. Yeah. But the science on vaping, nah, we'll shite on that. Really?
Plus, you can't ever get a vape advocacy organization, whether it be consumer or industry, on the news. And here you go, PAVE is going on Good Morning America again.
Fucking horseshit. It's like Vic says, these fucking so-called advocacy groups that people are paying good fucking money to want to get their fucking arses do because if they can't turn up with that public consultation, there's something seriously fucking wrong. Seriously wrong. Really seriously wrong. They're supposed to be representing the vape community. They're supposed to be putting our arguments to government officials and they can't turn up with public consultations. That's fucking horseshit, mate. Fucking horseshit.
But you know what? You have to also be a realist and understand that you and I are passionate advocates about this because we found the off-ramp from the tobacco highway. We are bathing in the glory of improved health simply because we don't smoke anymore. The average consumer doesn't give a shit. And if they ban vaping, they'll just go back to smoking.
Exactly.
When they get to be our age, what's the world going to be like?
For smoking, they'll not reach our age for smoking, I'm telling you. And it's cigarettes now, compared to 20 years ago, are totally fucking different, mate. They're more addictive, more shit in them, more fucking crap in them than 20 years ago. They are fucking nasty. Nasty.
Yeah.
I reckon if you were smoking now, right? You started smoking, I bet you wouldn't live to more than 60 years old. If you started smoking today, you wouldn't live more than 60. I can fucking guarantee it because the shit that's in them now. Because they've advanced. Like everything else, they've advanced. They've got drugs in there to keep you hooked. It's not the nicotine that keeps you hooked. There's other drugs that keep you hooked. Like we did. We didn't just fucking want nicotine. There was everything else that we did. But now the worse, the more purer, the more refined, the more, you know, it's just, they've moved on. You know,
yeah, pH balance, they spray the ammonia on there, they make it.
Fucking
I know.
Shit in them now, it's unbelievable. And then you've got a country that will always be smoke free by 2034. Not when you do this shit, mate. You're going to be well up the fucking shite. You're going to look like a bunch of cunts. worldwide.
Well, we're all pissed off right now because of the impending regulations that they're going to be passing to tighten the restrictions on you guys over there. But
it's just awesome.
All we got to do is calm down for a moment, take a step back, and look at the big picture. The genie's out of the box. This isn't going away. They can ban it, regulate it, restrict it, refine it. All they're doing is moving people over to the black market. The black market's going to keep supplying you with these products. They're not going to go away.
They're already doing it now. Black market are filling with illegal vapes just because they're more than 2 ml. It's just because they're more than 2 ml. That's why they're illegal. And you both said that the
and you know the best part?
2 ml are.
They can ban it all they want. All they're going to do is force people to go to rebuildable tanks and setups. They're not going to ban Clapton coils. You can make your own.
Not yet. Will they go down the Australian road? Really? I just find it so hard to sink in when you've got a government that's pro anti-smoking and pro cigarette free by 2034, and yet they decide to fucking shit on the most successful, whatever you want to call it, to quit smoking known to man. I mean, I can't get my head right. I can't physically get my head around it. And I'm not just saying that because of the UK, I'm saying that worldwide. I'm thinking, like, why is vaping such a fucking threat to you people? Why is it such a threat?
Money.
Why? That. And see, like I said, see that cigarettes are totally gone by 2030. What they're going to tax then, because 70% of your cigarette purchase is taxed. Where they're going to get that 70% tax from? Where's that going? They've got to get it from somewhere. Is it going to be your cost of living, food prices? Is it going to be your mortgages? Is it going to be your fucking food bills? Is it going to be your energy bills? They're going to get it back because they couldn't lose that much back. They couldn't lose it.
Why do you think they're legalizing cannabis here in the States?
Never fucking right. Then again, I see it'll never happen in the UK. Fuck knows what's going to happen to you now, like, do you? After this
Imagine
shit.
trying to be a politician right now. You're sitting in your office, right? Taking meetings from all the people that are out there. In comes a big pharma representative. Here's a suitcase of cash. We need you to vote this way on this bill. 2 hours later, here comes cannabis industry. Hey, here's a suitcase of cash. Here's another suitcase for you to forget what the last guy said. Vote our way.
Exactly. It's horseshit. Same money.
They make big tobacco out to be this big, massive boogeyman. There's bigger interests than just big tobacco.
Of course there is. You've got Big Pharma sitting there on the guy. Do you think Big Pharma's going to sit there not doing nothing about this, guys? Hang on a minute. We do vape patches, all this bullshit. You know, we'll let Big Tobacco move in with fucking vape pouch. We're going to have to do something about that.
Yeah, because Big Tobacco washes Big Pharma's hands. Where do you think all the filters come from all the cigarettes?
Exactly. It's a tandem thing, isn't it? I'm just fucking blown away, but I am totally fucking blown away by that. I just did not see that coming. And I can't just... See, the thing is, it's going to take them about 12 months to do a vape disposable ban. Then, obviously, they're announcing this. So, you're talking 12 months down the line of a government that will be going out of power. So, where the fuck's it going to leave them? The Tories will not get back in for the next general election in October. They will not get back in. They're gone. Labour will probably get in. Are Labour going to take the helm? It's fucked up, man.
Dr. Charles Garner, that's who I was thinking of earlier, did that back of the hand envelope conversation about how many people tobacco control are employed right now, making buku bank on their prohibitionist agenda that they know is going to fail. And now here we go. Please kill me now. Tomorrow, ABC's Good Morning America will begin an important two-part series on youth vaping. It's going to include interviews with Parents Against Vaping co-founders Dorian Furman and Meredith Berkman. Also featured are middle school and high school kids, several parents, and a passionate school nurse, all fighting against harm reduction.
Oh, shit. Excuse me a minute, mate. I need to go to the loo. Be right back.
This is so frustrating. Even when you've seen the writing on the walls, it's still disheartening to know how passionately these people, because they get a constant amount of cash flow, advocate to strip our rights and our what we thought to be inalienable human rights taken away from us. It's the old adage that we dealt with the whole time we were tobacco smokers of quit or die. If you don't want to quit, then just die of cancer, heart disease, strokes, emphysema, and pay out all this cash to the big pharma industry to take care of you when you get tobacco-related injuries. So we find a product that improves our health outcome. We feel it right away. Nobody can experience that until you've been through it yourself. You go and try and talk to these advocates out there, these antis. They don't have a clue, and they don't believe you because they don't know what it's like to not be able to walk up a flight of stairs without getting winded, to not be able to get a whole night's sleep because you spent the whole night coughing and hacking, but the first thing you look forward to when you woke up in the morning was lighting up that cigarette. Then you find something where you can get up in the morning, make your cup of coffee, let the dogs out, come back in before you even think about grabbing for your vape. But they don't believe it. We're nothing but a bunch of tobacco shills. Where's my check? Where's my tobacco shill money? Oh, I don't get one. But I'm here week after week after week, beating the drum, trying to get people to understand that this is a less harmful product. Because that's what the purpose of harm reduction is, just like seatbelts. When you put a seatbelt on, you get in your car, you don't think twice about it. But if you look in the history aspect of things, you came to realize that even that was fought. And the car manufacturers refused to put the things into the vehicle, even though it cost them $5, $10 to add it to the vehicle. Well, we got to keep fighting for our rights. You got to speak to your politicians, and you got to be nice to them, or they're going to stop taking your calls. Eventually, they're going to stop taking your calls if you hammer them hard enough anyway, because they already know what you have to say. And once they've been educated on it, if they don't believe you, no amount of facts or scientific studies or paperwork is going to convince them, because they've got people constantly beating their ear the other way. It doesn't matter that these rich, entitled assholes, I'm sorry, but that's truly what I see them as, are paid shills for tobacco control. Because that's another aspect of this picture that we take for granted. We don't get paid for it. We don't care. We can keep spending our money to advocate for harm reduction, and we're not going to go away because we're fighting for our own health. These people, what are they fighting for?
Sorry to leave you in the lurch there, mate. That came from nowhere. Gotta go, you gotta go.
That's fine. Gave me a moment to jump back on the soapbox. And maybe Mallory Gates was right. Maybe we do need to start a vaping religion.
I mean, if they do keep it, cigarettes being banned, all this or disappearing, they're going to end up taxing vape products eventually. If they still keep them, not just a matter of time.
Andy C says, it's time to get my bong back out.
See?
They can get your tax money from the legal sale of cannabis to you. That's something else that's really changed over the years. When I first got into this whole thing of vaping and advocacy and stuff, I'm like, The cannabis users trying to legalize their product should stand right alongside us.
I mean, in the UK, they fought for many years to legalize cannabis. I mean, they've tried and tried. And you can get prescription cannabis, but they normally give it as a last resort. But it's always that so-called, it's the gateway to bigger drugs and all that bullshit, you know what I mean? But
Mate, they handed out the cannabis prescriptions nowadays. They hand it out like candy.
exactly.
Like 10 years ago, they used to do for pain pills. Except now it's cannabis.
When you think about it, there's another way of people controls a way of just numbing the population. Get them fucking stoned. We'll do what we want. Yeah. What do you think about it?
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Control.
You can have all the alcohol you want. You can have all the cannabis you want. But see, the problem is there's no downsides to this except a loss of financial money for the healthcare industry, for the pharmaceutical industry, for the tobacco industry. All these corporations are losing money if this product shows up on the planet. Stays on the planet, not shows up. It's been here.
That's it's just I just can't. It's just mind-boggling. It's like, especially in the UK, who are so anti-smoking, and they've literally promoted vaping. They literally have, not publicly, but they literally have. They've had a hands-up approach on vaping. Period. They've let it run its course, and everything, and they must have seen the success of it because the smoking rates have dropped. They must have seen that. It's there, it's out there, it's fact. And yet for them to do a 180. Wow. Something somewhere is seriously fucking wrong for a government and a government funded NHS service that is paid by the fucking taxpayer who are twisting on about smoke related fucking deaths to do a fucking 180. Something's amiss. Something is definitely amiss. Big style.
Well, you know, my old adage is follow the money. If you follow the money and you total up everybody that has to benefit from smoking related death and disease on the planet, take a look at the other side and see which hand has more cash in it. It's not that hard to understand why it's happening in the UK as well.
Big pharma, isn't it? At the end of the day, you know, pharma, tobacco. The thing is, right, this is what's annoying as well, because they put laws in for lobbying MPs. They put laws in for people who were only able to go, here's a suitcase full of cash if you let me do this, or you give me. But yet, we're found out through Freedom of fucking Information Act that all your politicians are so fucking screwed up and lucrative fucking deals promoting various companies to do this, that. Look what happened with the fucking protection, the protective stuff for fucking COVID. They went and bought this contractor, right? Suitcase full of fucking money, and all that fucking protective clothing was fucking useless. It all went in the bin, and they spent millions, and that protective clothing was shit.
So here's my question for you, since you're having, I see that you're finally letting this sink in. And you're in complete and utter disbelief this is happening in your country.
I am. Totally.
How much money does Action on Smoking and Health get every single year?
I wouldn't know. I've never looked.
How much money is the UK paying universities and scientists to research this? To research smoking, to research new pharmaceutical products available to quit you smoking?
I have no idea. But there was a post recently that we've opened a new lab that's supposed to be investigating the other X virus, that's it technically, but at the same time it is a military scientific lab for chemical warfare. It's a chemical warfare, but it's, you know, virus fucking investigation. Oh shit. Chemical warfare, darling, not fucking viral fucking solutions. fuck off. Really?
To be smoke-free 2030, there are a shit ton of organizations, public health entities that are advocating for your health, that if they achieve their 2030 goals, won't have a job in 2035. Think about that for a minute.
Of course they won't. I think, oh shit, this is the fucking last chance saloon for us here. Like, whoa, fuck, we're going to make what's down while we can. A nice little retirement fund, you know what I mean? At this moment in time, I'm very fucking angry. I think that's my first initial response because of, like I said, the hypocrisy behind it all. You know, 2034 smoke-free. That now is never going to fucking happen. I can guarantee you that will never happen. And they will black market cigarettes, they will outlaw smoking, and they will outlaw vaping, and it will be a crime or an offence to do so by that time of whatever. That's bullshit. That's fucking human rights bullshit, you know what I mean? And yet, you know what I mean? Oh. Yeah, you can buy.
Here you go, mate. Understanding grief. The stages that you're going to be going through: denial, anger, depression, bargaining, acceptance. And the roadmap before you is the squiggly lines on how you experience it.
Oh, God.
You're going to be bouncing around back and forth over the next week about what you just heard today.
I'm going to be positive about it. Really, I am. I am going to write the MP, and I am going to fucking email these so-called fucking advocacy groups. I'm going to say, are you people fucking taking the piss? I will. I'm going to be positive about it. I'm not going to sit there and go, hey, fucking over, it's over. It's actually motivated as it is to be more positive, and I'm going to get onto all these fucking so-called vape. I'm going to message them personally. Vic, fucking little bro, whoever they are, I'm going to message them personally and tell them to get off their fucking arses and do something, right? Because they're all sitting there, of Vic's fucking arse, right? And I'm going to tell them, you know, you want to fucking be a vape channel? Get your finger out and do something.
I think this has empowered.
Push it. Trust us, I will push it.
And the funny part is, she doesn't understand you. She thinks that you're just a shill for tobacco.
She's a fucking idiot. By the way,
why on earth are so many people talking about this? Why are they getting out there week after week beating the drum about harm reduction? That's just a tobacco shill trick. No, it's not. We're fighting for our lives over here, and that's why the more you clamp down on it, the more we're going to speak out.
The question is, right, do all your governments and all your powers of the world want you to smoke and die? Is that what they want? Do they want you to do that? Do they not want you to live a healthy lifestyle? Do they not want you to have an opinion? Do they want you to have a thought? And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but the more I watch some of these, like I say, like Russell Brand, the independent media companies, the more I'm thinking, fuck me, they're right. And I've never been a conspiracy theorist. I've thought, the laws of the land are there and politics are there for a reason. And, now there's so much doubt in my mind, and there's so many questions in my mind, not just vaping and politics in general. There's so many, it's making us step back and have a rethink about everything, the Putin interview, the West shit on him, and you're thinking, what the fuck, you're trying to make sense of it, and you can't, and you're just thinking all these powers that be are just using bullying.
Take care, Dusty.
And take care, Dusty. And they take the bullying tactics and financial tactics to get that way. And to me, it's the person with the biggest suitcase. full of
Take care, Andy.
And I'm just blown away by it at the minute. I'm absolutely fucking mind boggled. I say, message to Bogan, don't fucking come to the UK, mate, you fucked.
Listen, this is not how I wanted to end the stream, but here we are once again at 5 hours. And I can't believe how much has changed in just the last 5 hours alone.
Wow.
But I'm still hopeful. I'm still positive. And we're going to do this again next week. And we're going to keep doing this until they listen to us.
I've got to eventually. People power is very powerful.
And this will fire up a lot of people out there. A lot of people that were naysayers and thought, I don't need to worry about it. Somebody else is going to do it. This is your awakening. This is your rude awakening. This is your wake-up call to become an advocate, to passionately stand up for the thing that enabled you to quit smoking.
That totally fired me up. Totally. Wait, hey, I'm changed.
And next year at COP11, this lady will hear and see the numbers grow exponentially from what she experienced this year. You guys all have the power to make this happen. Get a hold of your MP, get a hold of your representatives in government, and let them know how you feel. Let them know how this saved your life and how you want other people to have the option to choose a less harmful product, because quit or die isn't the only way we're going to achieve a smoke-free society.
Like I said, for government that wants smoking to be gone by 2034 to totally do a U-turn, the most successful method of quitting smoking, I'm baffled. I am absolutely baffled. I am totally and utterly baffled. Government that promotes it through NHS, a government that has vape shops in NHS hospitals. I'm fucking bamboozled.
Well, before we call it quits for today, I do have one last thing I want you to listen to and pay attention to and take on for the next week ahead of you.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Yeah.
Period. End discussion. I hope you guys all have a fantastic week ahead. My wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. We'll see you all next week, same time, same place.
As
Cheers.
always, yeah. As always, bro, boys and girls, thank you very much for joining us in chat. As always, we love having you here. You do make the show. Sorry about my little bit outburst at the end. I am totally blown away by that news. All I can say is any UK vapor shops, manufacturers, whatever you may be, now is the time to hear your voice. You know, UK was the leading authority in the vaping across the world. We suddenly do 180 U-turn. It's unbelievable. Do your bit, guys. Get in there, do your bit, shout your advocacy. And again, as always, I don't want to bleed on. Thank you to Alex for having me, as always. And yeah, same time, same place next week, and we'll see what else happens there. Drama. It always
Stay
works.
safe, vape safe.
Stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all then. Take care now, bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.